All right, hello everybody. Coming in, this is breaking news. Breaking news. We're coming in with live coverage. Live coverage. This is Thursday morning. Thursday morning, the 8th of January, 2026, 9:33 p.m. Eastern, 8:33 in Minneapolis, where we have basically civil unrest already this morning. Where it's 8:33 in the morning. This is going to be a very long day. And there's already tear gas deployed, arrests being made, and this looks like it's going to get dynamic throughout the day. So we are going to be here as much as we can. I will be carrying this live until about 2 p.m., and then I'll be back on tonight at 8. That's the best I can do with my schedule. But here we go. We are covering this live. We are going to be taking natural sound as well. On left and right ears, okay? Not only do I use the entire screen to bring the coverage to you, but I use both your ears separately. So, if you're watching on a TV, you'll be hearing the voices from left and right separately. If you're on a phone or other device, you can listen using headphones, and you'll be able to hear two very distinct audio chains coming down. The reason that's important is because I can provide you more information that way. All right, and it looks like someone has, I'm not sure here. Let me see which. That's going to be this one here. Let me see. All right, I am going to be bringing natural sound. I'm going to try to keep it below my volume level. My name is Ian. This is StarShip Adventures, and we are broadcasting live from StarShip Studios in Southwest Florida, where we are monitoring all the latest information right now on what's going on in Minneapolis as well as around the country. And we've got a lot going on today. I'm not going to have my picture up as much as normal because there's just so much going on. I need the real estate. But this is StarShip Studios, and we are broadcasting live a special edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth at StarShip Adventures on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe.
People, Border Patrol is pushing people back, and tensions are very, very high here.
All right, there's nothing I can do to censor the language, guys. It's just going to come out. There's nothing I can do about it. But that's all right, because we're not snowflakes, right? We'll be all right. I think we'll be fine.
Oh, they're retreating.
Democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
We sure about that?
Show me what democracy looks like. Is this your first amendment, John? Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
Both angles show that. Both angles.
Show me what what democracy looks like.
Have them in that shit. And former FBI.
Show me what democracy looks like.
I don't think I could be a protester. It's just it's way too repetitive. All right. I'm literally getting my meta tags and everything set up, my keywords. Even the title wasn't exactly right, so we've got that all updated now, and we should get a lot more people coming in now that the meta tags are correct. All right, I'm on the fly this morning, guys, because I woke up, I come out here, I spent about an hour going through emails and looking at stuff, and I started getting warnings that this was already going on this morning, and so made the split decision to go ahead and go live and go ahead and cover this live. I'm going to be switching out these views throughout the morning here. They will duplicate up from time to time. Also, it may seem like a duplicate. Remember, there's 5 or 6 people with different channels up, all looking at the same crowd of people. So it is going to seem duplicated. Sometimes it will be duplicated. And when I see it and can verify it's duplicated or that it's not live, I will switch it out.
This is live. Yeah, none of us want to do it. At least for me.
All right, and I am, like I said, I am going to continue to take natural sound, and I'm going to continue also to monologue over the top of it.
This isn't this is live.
I don't think I understand these people. They're angry at the cops. Well, first of all, these Minneapolis cops have nothing to do with ICE. They have nothing to do with federal law. They have nothing to do with the laws they enforce. Those are all put out there by the people that we elected. So, but they're taking it out right now on the Minneapolis police. I'm the first one to come down on a cop when he violates somebody's rights, but in a situation like this, they're just doing what they're told. They're out there, you know, they've got civil unrest in the streets of their town, and they're doing what they can do about it. I don't know. I'm a little concerned today because I see a little more, I don't know what you want to call it, a little more gravitas this morning than we've been seeing. There seems to be more energy. There seems to be, look, protesters never show up before noon. That's been a thing for a long time, that protesters generally don't show up before noon, and in this case, they've been showing up all morning here. All right, I've got my live chat on. I am monitoring chat. Thank you to those of you who have come in. I haven't been on that long. So I think the numbers will go up drastically here. There's a lot of people looking for content right now. Yeah, I'm never off, Canna Club, never. But I got up this morning and saw all this going on, and I'm like, I got to cover this. I got to cover it right now. And there's Grandma giving Portland police hell for something they have nothing to do with. She's mad because people are doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, that's basically the bottom line. She's mad because people are doing what they're supposed to do, because someone broke our laws and we're dealing with it. According to the Constitution, according to statute. I don't know. I don't understand these whole protests, to be honest with you. They're like protests because they like illegal shit or something. I don't know. Anyway, so we got that going on. Also today, we will be covering a number of different things because we also right now have a storm system moving through the center of the country. And so with that moving through there, I will also be keeping an eye on radar Omega, and we'll be flipping over here in just a few minutes. But I'm going to be keeping an eye throughout the day on radar Omega. We've got that right here. And here I've got us in split mode, and we are going to be taking a look. This is the storm system we're looking at right here. It's about to come through Tulsa, Oklahoma. We do have tornado warnings. We do have one storm chaser out here. Let me get him up. I'll put him here in the corner so we can check him out while we're here. But we've got one storm chaser out. We are chasing this. The only tornado warning is down here. Looks like Wetumpka, and moving into Dustin next. And Henrietta, you're coming up on the pipe on this one here in about 30 minutes. So a little bit of a J-hook on this one, but I'm not seeing all that much in the way of rotation. Let me go ahead and see if we can find a radar site out in front of this thing and take another look at it from a different angle. Nope, I just don't see a lot of rotation with this one, but we're going to keep watching this. Again, there's all kinds of stuff going on right now. We've got the protest in Minneapolis. We've also got tornado warnings right now. Early in the morning, tornado warnings in Oklahoma. What a way to wake up. So we're going to be covering that, but we will also be continuing to coverage the civil unrest. And you're going to hear that a lot today, because these people have devolved into name callers and rock throwers, unfortunately. You know what? Elections have consequences, and these people, they're basically just mad at everything right now. You know, when it comes to law enforcement, the FAFO policy is very important. I agree with resisting unlawful orders to the point before violence. I believe in resisting having your civil rights broken by police officers, but I never suggest physical resistance. Only verbal resistance. Ask for a supervisor, get their name and badge number, this and that. There's a way to go about things, even when you're being treated improperly. And then there's also people that are to blame and people that aren't to blame. And it kind of surprises me on some of this stuff how the wrong people end up getting blamed. The wrong people end up getting yelled at. It's just pretty typical. All right, so we did lose a feed. I'm replacing those out right now. 5U, that's the same system we use at work. There's a lot of spoofing going on this morning, as always. There's a lot of channels covering what's going on over in Iran right now. There's a lot of civil unrest in Iran right now too. So everybody cares about this woman so much, but nobody ever cares about what these same people. They don't care about soldiers that get killed in war. They don't care about. They don't seem to care about much of anything, except when it benefits them somehow. And that's kind of where we're at with this. All right, I'm trying to vet these videos. I've got so many videos here. Yep, the mayor of Minneapolis says he wants ICE the F out of Minneapolis. He wants all federal law enforcement the F out of Minneapolis. He was up there swearing and cussing and yelling and spitting on the crowd last night, And basically both him and Tampon Tim Walz have been inciting this. They're literally inciting this. And if you say, when people say Trump incited January 6th, okay? People literally say Trump incited January 6th, okay? Even though we listen to his words, and he never does say that, okay? Here we go. We've got Tim Walz telling people they need to go out in the streets. They need to do what they got to do, quote unquote. And you got the mayor, Fry, of Minneapolis, telling people the same thing and cussing and yelling and pointing and waving his cane at the moon. And So this is literally being orchestrated by your government officials there in Minneapolis. Good morning, Bill. How's it going? Hey, Texas, what's up? And yeah, hey, they probably, I don't know though, to be honest. I think she wanted to be a martyr. It almost seems to me like she was trying to get herself shot. And I think, and now she's been given martyrdom status. I mean, read the signs. She's a martyr. It's happened. Congratulations. It's a martyr. And so because of that, because that she's now become this martyr, she's become this figure that's going to empower people. Okay, it is what it is. It happens on both sides. The death of Charlie Kirk has motivated hundreds of thousands of people across the country. So that's pretty good. I mean, if you think about it, that's no matter what you do, that's pretty good. All right, let's see here. 7. All right, and I'm going down again. I'm looking for new video. I know we have a few dupes up here, and I'm looking for new video sources. That's the most difficult job here when you're doing these composite shows, is keeping all the windows fresh and trying to monologue and trying to keep the audio right and everything else while you're doing it.
The risk of going off-brand.
Yeah, whatever. We're not going to talk about that. We don't want to go off-brand, of course. This was last night's press conference.
An act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues.
President Donald Trump said it appears the officer acted in self-defense and described Good as an agitator. He blamed critics on the political left and defended ICE actions as necessary. That evening, hundreds gathered at a candlelight vigil at the site of the shooting. People shared memories, prayed, and demanded answers. But the mood also turned toward anger and protest. Crowds chanted anti-ICE slogans, calling on the agency to leave Minneapolis. Demonstrations began spreading across the city, and in some areas, tensions flared between protesters and law enforcement. Tonight, the investigation continues. At the center of it all is a single haunting question. Was this truly self-defense or an unnecessary use of deadly force? The answer will not only shape public trust in law enforcement, but the future of immigration enforcement in America. A woman is dead. Federal agents are under investigation into...
Oh, we already got that one. There's so many spoofs on here that even I just got fooled by one myself. All right, welcome in, everybody. This is Starship Adventures with a special morning edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth. We are broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube, the world's largest broadcast platform, and we are currently covering two breaking news situations right now. We've got a protest on the ground in Minneapolis where it's 8:53 a.m. and we've already had arrests and tear gas deployments this morning. Oh, here's my co-host. Hey, baby. And so we're going to be continuing to cover this through the morning here with as many screens as I can keep up. I will also be keeping up natural sound so you guys can hear what's going on out there. Our coverage will continue also with where I will be going through what's going on. I'm aggregating news right now, looking for any reports as to how many arrests or whatever's been done so far. So we're trying to get that information as well. My name is Ian. This is StarShip Adventures. I'm really hoping it's not George Floyd 2.0 because we lost a lot of property. People lost a lot of businesses. There was a lot of people that were injured. So I'm really hoping it doesn't get that bad.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
I think this surprised the protesters and the counter-protesters because people are now arriving. More people are arriving. This is going to get very dynamic throughout the afternoon, I think. I'm going to be live for the next 4 hours covering this. I will then be going off at 2 p.m. Eastern, and I'll be coming back at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's the best I can do. I have to go produce a commercial radio show as I produce commercial talk radio. Well, thanks, Crowbar. I appreciate that. Yeah, last night it was getting a little crazy last night, but not. We've already seen more tear gas and arrests this morning than we saw last night. And the thing is normally with protests, these people don't normally show up till noon. So we're seeing an energy we don't normally see. That's why I think we might be spiraling towards a George Floyd number 2.0, and I really hope that's not the case. Yes, we need more. We always need more cowbell. Need more bell. I can't do a George Walken that good, but I love that sketch. That's actually one of my favorite sketches, right behind Bob Zorski's Superfan show out of the greater Chicago area. I used to love SNL in the 90s. It really peaked out in the 90s. It was amazing. It's garbage now. All right. Well, I want to say hi to everybody. Hey, Texas Mouse and Get 3. And also, who else do we got here? Cannon Club, welcome in. Crowbar. And Arthur, thank you for being here. Chuck, also. All right, I think I got everybody. But you guys are welcome to chat. Just come on in the chat and say hi to everybody. And we are going to be continuing to take this live. I've got a bunch of different sources here that we will be taking live. We are also covering severe weather right now, moving through central Oklahoma. And this area here is moving from southwest to northeast. We do have one storm chaser on the ground, and that's John McKinney. And we're going to be watching to see if he can get himself out in front of something going on out there. Right now, he's pretty far north from where the current tornado warning is, but we did have tornado warnings up in this area earlier. You are on the split screen there. On the left, high-res reflectivity, which tells you the amount of rainfall, and on the right, high-res velocity, which tells you the speed movement of the rainfall. That's how we find tornadoes. All right, so some more streams have come active. I've been able to, looks like we've got all different streams going now pretty much, well, except one exception. I'm going to get that changed out. A language warning, guys. I can't do it. I cannot censor the language, so it's going to go over. Yeah, I don't like to delve too far into the racial components of this kind of stuff, but it should be noted that there is no black folks out here, there is no Hispanic folks out here. It's all white people protesting, which is a very interesting thing to me, considering we're protesting the deportation of illegals. So it is a very different dynamic. It's a different crowd. It's a little bit different mood, different energy than George Floyd, and that's true. So when we start saying George Floyd 2.0, understand that this is a different crowd. Same town, but kind of the same reasons. But this does seem to be somewhat of a different crowd. We'll have to see what happens later when the second shift shows up, and then finally the third shift. Your anarchists will show up about dark and start milling through the crowd and seeing if they can get people cranked up. But anyway, yeah. And I'm not even analyzing how to read that. I've been noticing with the No Kings rally, with all these anti-ICE, pro-lawlessness rallies, one of the things that I've been noticing more than anything is the fact that it's basically all white folks. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing. All right. All right. And I'm still working. I'm endeavoring to find different feeds for every single window. So bear with me. There's very few people putting out good composites right now. So I'm pretty much just using the straight up grid this morning. Let's see here. Let me get this. .4a. Let's see what this guy's talking about.
Can no longer tell the difference between right and wrong because Trump is just one long lie his whole life.
Oh, here we go.
That's the propaganda behind lying all the time.
Says the guy that's doing the propaganda.
Do you think Trump is looking to invoke the Insurrection Act? Do you think that's why he's pushing all this? And
well, he's persecuting us all just to stay out of prison for one thing. And he's attacking sovereign countries.
Oh God, I love the stuff that comes out of these people's heads.
I don't like to see our people protesters doing harm to our flag because it's our flag too. And if you're dragging the flag through the mud, that's what makes these idiot MAGA people think we hate America, and we don't. We're more American and patriotic than they could ever be, but they're just plain stupid. They don't know anything. I mean, there's a smart people in the bunch, but those are the paid-off Congress people. Yeah, let's let them do everything. And, ha ha ha. You know. I mean, it's
typical
so
liberal. He runs out of things to say in about 5 minutes, 2 minutes, maybe a minute.
My days as a student at the U of M in the '60s against war.
Yeah, they've already deployed tear gas at least twice that I've seen, and there's already been at least one arrest.
I try to get on with my life.
Yes, there is. It's called Trumpanol, and this segment is brought to you by Trumpanol.
Demonstrations every week, and then I go to these buildings where offices are for like Women Against Military Madness and Veterans for Peace, and they show documentary films about the horrible things going on in the world. Those are really good organizations, you know, like WHAM especially. I cannot speak too highly about that group of women who are against war. Women Against Military Madness, a great organization. And I don't. These people are nuts. The heck with them.
do you want to give your first name?
I'm Bill.
Nice to meet you, Bill. Good talking to you.
And you?
I'm John.
Don?
John.
John.
Yep.
My
And our
brother's
outlet
name.
is Status Quo. Nice to meet you.
You too. And who are you with again?
Status Quo. We're independent channel on YouTube.
Yeah.
Actually, live right now.
Yeah, I look at that a lot. There's so much propaganda on YouTube.
So it's
Russian
Oh, there's
bots
so much
saying nice
propaganda
things
on
about
YouTube. Oh my
Republicans
God.
and
It's
But
just
anyway,
terrible.
I'm talking too much. Your turn. Yeah. Thanks for being
Yeah, the only thing better than tear gas in the morning is napalm. That goes back to, what was that? Was Apocalypse Now or something? Was that who it was? I love the smell of napalm in the morning. I think somebody originally said that in Apocalypse Now, the movie.
Isn't that a fine? I'm pretty sure that's a fine. Where's the police to hold these motherfuckers?
All right, so now there are more Border Patrol agents than there are protesters. I'm going to lift up the camera so you can see the line of Border Patrol agents all across the street here.
I think when I say the energy's different, it's different because I don't normally see people go out and protest in the middle of the snow and in the bad weather. Protesting is usually kind of a fair weather thing. So that's another reason why I say the energy's a little different this morning.
And I'm a woman, and I'm like in your center, so.
They're waiting for cameras to go in.
Where's my picture Hey, 1581 police, would you please go pick these pepper balls up?
That's brown, bitch. You're brown. What do you think your skin color is?
You didn't expect that.
Oh my God, and you're an accent. It's so embarrassing. ¿No te da vergüenza?
Te gustó, lo sabes.
No, not fucking at all. It's even more disturbing. It makes sense you have a fake concept about being accepted by the U.S. That's what I'm saying. You think that the U.S. treats you like that? You see the bad money shit? They don't fucking like you. I know. That's my point. They don't like you. You should not like them. You should not be supporting them.
Come on, Mama.
That's your people.
You can't be on the keyboard. I'm on air.
I know. I can't remember seeing you though. You were in the courthouse. We had a nice conversation along with this young man right here.
All right, guys, I'm still endeavoring to make sure that all the holes are filled with different videos.
Yeah, we got the lead tower.
All right, so they are picking up and smashing the pepper balls that they shot at protesters.
Because we did not want to touch you this time.
Yeah, okay, you know what? You need to find another therapist. Do not touch your face. Please, don't touch your face. Or better yet, go ahead and touch your face. See what it feels like.
There you go. Mess with the pepper balls. There's another screw around and find out for you.
No, I don't like that.
There we go.
But I'm gonna fight harder for this mask issue. Is that when you
Thank you.
love our neighbors?
We can't tell you what to do, but we are rolling out.
No.
I think somebody was calling me and it like took my IFB away.
Sleep on it. Sleep on it.
Yeah, get the crowd seems a little small. It doesn't really. I mean, there's probably a good 1,000 people in this crowd right now, which for a normal crowd you would say, well, that's not that many, 1,000 people. But It's 9 o'clock in the morning out there. So that is significant. When you draw the curve out, you could be looking at a very large protest later. And the fact that we're standing in snow out there, it's cold. Currently 31 degrees, wind 5 miles an hour, humidity 85%. That's in downtown Minneapolis. So, yeah, we're looking at a high today of 35. So a balmy 35. And then back down tonight to 28. And then tomorrow morning, waking up to 22 degrees tomorrow morning. And then we'll see what happens over the weekend. We're down in the teens over the weekend, both nights. So probably a fairly good chance that that's going to squelch some of what's going on. There's a lot of dieharders out there, but there's also a lot of people that just won't protest in bad weather. Even your anarchists prefer good weather. All right, let me start at the top again, looking from videos. My name's Ian. This is StarShip Adventures. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're normally on every night at 9 p.m. Eastern. This is special coverage of protesting right now in Minneapolis. Pro-crime protesting going on right now in Minneapolis, where they're supporting a woman that attacked police yesterday and drove into a scene, chose to interject herself in a bad situation, and then she FAFO'd and she found out. And there you go. Do I feel bad that she got shot? Yeah. Do I think that there might have been a way to prevent it? I don't know. I will tell you, I was a cop years ago. This would have been a justified shoot at my department. Anytime someone is in a vehicle and they're failing to obey commands, and they begin to move that vehicle around a large group of law enforcement officers, especially when one's in front of the vehicle, that's considered using deadly force against law enforcement, and they will take action on that. This is what happens. If you don't want to be shot, and you know what? We can argue all day long the actual shoot, whether he could have got out of the way and all that, but the bottom line, she chose to go there. She chose to get in her van. She chose to put herself and her vehicle in harm's way. She chose to drive there and confront. She chose to obstruct law enforcement in the lawful duty. Now, I'm the first one to call out shitty law enforcement, because I was one. And they piss on our rights all the time. I'm getting sick of it. But in this case here, I looked at the video angles. I looked at it. She's driving through a crowd of police officers. I mean, it was not a good situation no matter how you look at it. And I can argue all day long that possibly something else could have been done, or possibly maybe we could have done this. But the bottom line that you can't get around is the fact that she chose there. She committed the first subsequent harmful event. She went there with the intention of disrupting law enforcement, and she was committing felony crimes at the time she was shot. That you can't dispute that. That's what it is. Okay? You know, and I think that's what bothers me. I'm a retired firefighter. You know, I crawled in burning buildings for a living, and nobody would have came out in support of me if I died in the line of duty. No one cares about these cops or these firemen or these medics or these people that go to war and fight wars for us so that we have the freedoms we have today. None of these people would go out and protest for that. None of these people would protest to get people more VA benefits. None of these people would protest to make America greater or better. All they protest for is things like supporting a communist like Maduro. They'll protest for that, and they'll protest for this. They'll protest to support a woman that violated the law and attacked police. And I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. They protest for the craziest things. Yes, she was there for a while. She was asking for it. She became violent. She chose to stop protesting and start driving. Okay? Bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. There's no way around that. Okay? And so all these people protesting, what are they protesting? Well, some of them are protesting the woman getting shot in the face. Some of them are protesting ICE. Some of them are protesting because they think that Maduro should be back in power because they you know what gets me? The same people that were protesting the No Kings rally, right? The same people that put on the No Kings rally, put on the rally to support Maduro and put him back in office. He's a dictator. What is wrong with these people? I don't get it. I think in some cases they are paid or they are rewarded monetarily for their actions, one or the other. It wouldn't surprise me if they're told, if you go do this, I'll pay you this. We'll provide legal defense. They really don't. This reminds me of a long time ago. Remember the 1% protest, the 99%ers and all that stuff, and Wall Street and all that? Fox News sent a reporter with a microphone down this long line of people, and all he did was ask, what are you protesting today? What are you protesting today? Women with vagina hats on their head. What are you protesting today? Women's rights, the right to kill babies in the womb. What are you protesting today? I'm protesting Wall Street. And okay, what are you protesting today? I don't like rich people because they suck and I'm not rich. Okay, what are you protesting today? I'm protesting for women's rights. Okay, what are you protesting today? I'm protesting because I support men in women's sports. Oh, okay, what are you protesting? And the truth is, it was the most ununified protest I've ever seen in my life. There was no unity out there at all. That's why all those protests never accomplished a single thing, because everybody that was protesting, what it is when the left goes out to protest, okay? When the left goes out to protest, what they do, and this is crazy, but when the left goes out to protest, what they end up doing is they end up protesting whatever's on their mind. So in other words, the LGBTQIA2S plus people show up and they're all protesting for gay rights, for lesbian rights, transsexual rights for children. They're protesting all this, okay? And then who's protesting over here? Well, over here we've got, I didn't even turn the studio light on yet. Over here we've got people protesting this and protesting that. And everybody you go down to, they're protesting something different. We've got the same thing today. You've got people protesting deportations and ICE, people protesting law enforcement and law and order. You've got people protesting Maduro and what happened with him, and wanting to support a communist and get him back in power, where he was starving his people to death. And a lot of these people out here are just literally anti-Trumpers. They're people, they need to drop Trump derangement syndrome medicine. That Trump and all, they need to drop it from helicopters. Because I'm telling you, this is absolutely nuts. You know? It's like, a lot of these people are literally protesting because they protest anything that Big Orange Man does. Anything that Big Orange Man does, they're going to protest, and that's the bottom line. Yep. Well, we need to get it to where insurance programs will cover the TDS medication. I think that would help. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go look at any metric you want. Venezuela is in complete failure. They've got enough oil to be rich beyond the dreams of avarice, yet it sits in barrels because the guy running the place is an absolute buffoon. Yeah. And I also want to mention a couple other things about these protests that I find very interesting. When it comes to these protests, these people, they don't protest like normal people. You know, when I see a protest in Israel or a protest in Turkey or a protest wherever, in England, you see a protest, anywhere you see a protest, It's thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and they're all holding up different signs that they made themselves. And they're wearing shirts that they made themselves. And they say, we're not going to put up with it no more. And they chant and they do all that. That's a protest. These people don't really do that. What they do is they throw rocks at law enforcement. They taunt law enforcement. They hide behind stuff and throw things. These people dress up and blow up costumes like dinosaurs, like Barney. They dress up like the South Park characters, and they walk around. These people, there's more of them covering it on their phones than there is people that are actually holding a sign and protesting. It's more of a YouTuber opportunity, and hey, I'm taking it too, right? And it is what it is. But if you look at it, what it is out with these people out here, it's not a regular protest. They hate cops. They hate their country. They hate everything about everything. And it's clear when you start asking them deep questions, like what I love asking them things like, the moment someone says to me, Trump is a fascist, I immediately ask, what's a fascist? Please explain what a fascist is. You should not be able to call people names unless you know what it means. I like when people tell me, we've got to stop the oligarchy. That's what Bernie Sanders said, stop the oligarchy. Oh, stop the oligarchy. Yeah, whatever, we're going to stop the oligarchy. They asked people that were walking out of his event what the word oligarchy means, and none of them could tell. None of them knew. College-educated people going to a Bernie Sanders socialist communist rally, and they can't, and the rally was called, the rally was, what was it? It was, stop the oligarchy. It was stop the oligarchy. And they were asking people after the thing, what's an oligarchy? You just sat through a 45-minute speech. Can you tell me what an oligarchy is? Can you give me an example of an oligarchy? And nobody even knows what the word means. You talk about off tune. If you have a rally and nobody even knows what you were talking about in the rally, it was not successful. All right. Anyway, there's a lot of that weird shit that goes on. I don't know. All right, let's get a little natural sound. It seems things have calmed down just a little bit. Let's see what's going on.
Okay, very emotional, so I may not be super. My main thing, you may have seen me talking to a lot of these guys. I think a simple soundbite is humane immigration policy and enforcement. I don't think even the most liberal wacko in the world, okay? I'm an anti-fascist. I'm not a liberal wacko. I don't think even the most left-wing person on the planet would say, well, we can't have any policy. You have to have some kind of policy. Also, not one of us here would say that there should be violent and dangerous people of any race, born anywhere in the country, okay? You have to have a policy, but it can be a humane policy. The other thing I really want to emphasize, okay? For me, and I've been doing this since July, protests here. This is going to get loud for a minute. Okay. I've been here since July. A lot of people come and they make this a Trump issue because it is, okay? But just so people know, this happened under Obama. I think a lot of your viewers already know this, but he has a horrendous deportation record. ICE is a lawless agency that operates largely outside of the rest of the government.
Somebody with the upside down flag.
Since 9/11, I think. DHS was
upside down flag.
Okay, so I'm kind of rambling.
We're going to be hearing from
that are in Minnesota. We are here many times a week, and we've been here many times a week since July. This is not a fucking one-time thing because everybody's very hyped up, okay? Because that poor woman got shit. I also want to word this very carefully. It's frustrating when it seems like when white people get killed that this happens. And I'm saying that carefully because, by God, I don't want to minimize the death of that poor woman. She's one of my people. I didn't know her personally, but we're all doing this shit, okay? Why is it when white people killed that get killed that this is the shit that happens? And I want to leave you with this. Yesterday morning I was protesting here every Wednesday. If you look on social media, it's No More MN ICE. We got a Facebook, Instagram. I'll wrap it up. Yesterday I was protesting here. Everything I share is verified, okay? Yesterday morning, ICE pulled a man out of his car and left his toddler in the car, and they just left the car. Okay? We've heard this happens all over the place. This is Minnesota. It's so fucking cold here. It was up to our volunteers, people like the woman who was shot yesterday. Volunteers. I don't know much about her. I'm assuming she was an activist, okay? People like her who give a shit rallied together to rescue this fucking child. That's not actually our job. It's our job as human beings. Okay? This is why we're...
Quick pitches. We built the first way to take your stock portfolio and follow someone else's. So instead of you making the decisions on your own and stressing out and being like, what do I buy? What do I sell?
All right, so anyway, here we go. The computer does a decent job keeping this going, but we are looking for, we're looking here at coverage that's going to go on here till 2 o'clock. So another 3.5 hours. What the hell?
Guys, over the left side, back up. Show your faces! Show your face! Let me see it! Don't worry. You fucking piece of shit! You fucking low-legged! You're on the wrong side. I'm on the right side. I'm fighting for what our grandparents fought for. What are you fighting for? You're fighting against us. You're not fighting against us. He's never shot a bullet in my car. Guess what? Get off the fucking road. This is your city. Stay on the side. Say her name, Renee. Good. Say her name, Renee. Good. Say good.
Guys, I'm still here. I just want to use the screen. I'm finding more videos. So When I get to the point where I'm out of spots, I use my spot. This is live continuing coverage on Starship Adventures here, and my name is Ian. This is a special edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, and we are bringing you the sights and sounds of Minneapolis right now, while we're also watching severe weather in Oklahoma. I believe they just made another arrest, and that's what we witnessed a few minutes ago, about a minute ago, and now they're asking, what did he do? They'll spit and taunt and throw things at the officers, and then the moment they're arrested, everybody wants to know, what did they do? What did they do? What did they do? They're just protesting and throwing rocks and spitting on cops. What did they do? Morning, Junior. How's it going, buddy? I can't believe, Junior, I can't believe this is going on, man. This is early. This shit started 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. I mean, like, sun up. I don't think I don't know. The tear gas I can understand. The beanbag guns I can understand. But there's a few of them out there carrying around rifles, and I think that's a little much. Being a former law enforcement officer myself, I can honestly say I question the need for rifles at all in law enforcement. We had nothing but shotguns and pistols back then, and we did fine. Rifles tend to go right through three walls and kill the family in the house next door. I'm much more for using soft ammunition in people's homes when we have to go in and get intruders and things like that. I'm much for soft ammunition. All right, anyway.
This is the year the white man stands up. All right? This is the year the white man stands up. This is America. We will not stand down.
Of evil. This is the time that God waits for, the time our ancestors prepared us for, our religious and moral saints and storytellers prepared us for.
Religious? I find most of these people to be atheists.
Feel them, beloved ones. Do you feel the ancestors and the saints and the freedom fighters with us today? Because they are. That night we gathered at another place of trauma and state violence at 34th and Portland, and we held candles and we held grief for Renee and for her family.
They're losing their minds because it's an echo chamber. Seriously, they're in an echo chamber, and all they hear every day is Trump is evil, Trump's the devil, Trump's literally Nazis, he's literally Hitler. They hear this constantly from their echo chamber, and it's no wonder they're all nuts. Thanks, Beasley. Yeah, hit the like, give me a subscribe. I appreciate it.
This is America. This is the year the white boys stand back. We're taking our country back. All right? We will not back down. We will not surrender. All right?
Galaxy Quest. Never give up. Never surrender. You're correct. Some of them are Muslims, but it's more that they're all anti-American. I agree.
Give her the bag back.
Everyone has dignity, is beloved, is worthy.
Give me my flag back. Give me my flag back now.
I'll never understand people. They want to get on TV. They want the TV to carry them saying what they're saying, and then they lace it with F words. It's like, you're not going to get on TV if everything you say is full of F words. It's like people haven't learned that yet. It's like they're stupid to that point. It's like, if I go, effing people, the F this and then the F that, and the F and don't know what the F they're doing, the F'ers, what that does is the media's like, oh, can't use that clip. Oh, I'm not taking the time to beep that out. Are you nuts? And your shit doesn't make it on the news. If you want to speak like somewhat of a professional and not cuss, then what you say will make the media, make the news. Guys, I am very nervous about the energy this has this early in the morning. If this energy level keeps up through the day, more and more people are showing up. There's thousands of people en route right now because this started so early. They're en route watching this on their phones right now. There's probably some guy right now in his Prius driving there to confront the police, and he's watching our broadcast right now. Yeah, the mayor gets away with it. You can even say, I mean, even Trump gets away with it every now and then. He'll drop a little bomb. But some of these, the left is using it as a course of business now. Just recently, Schmuck Schumer, Nancy Stretch Pelosi, there's a bunch of them that have dropped the F-bomb for no reason. The Kami Memdani, even Gavin the Hair Newsom, or Douche Newsom as I call him, they've all dropped it recently. Why? Because it's the new tactic. We got to get the attention of these young folks by saying F-word. And that's pretty much what it is. Yes, the crazies are out, and we are covering the crazies coast to coast, although most of them are in Minneapolis, in Tampon Tim State. Jazz hands, as I call him. Bring in the Marines. Well, I support their right to protest. I absolutely support their right to protest.
We need some backup, boys. We need some backup.
As long as it stays peaceful, which it's not really staying that peaceful. We've already had scuffles with police, 3 or 4 arrests, tear gas deployed twice. And that's all since I've been on the air, 1 hour and 3 minutes.
Will not continue to intimidate us in our country. The storm is here.
Yeah, he wants to be the Democrat Trump. He should try dyeing his hair red.
Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists. These people are terrorists. They hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. The people that are watching. What do you stand for? What do you stand for? Really? Oh, really?
This is Concord land. This is Concord land, buddy.
That's why what you are doing here
This is Concord land.
so much.
Patriots, get out of here.
Raise our voices. We must bear witness.
And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself. You're gonna get hurt today.
Guys, I cannot censor the language. It's going to happen. Sorry. I don't think any of us in here are snowflakes, though.
Don't give the trolls. Don't give them the press. You're just talking to white supremacists. Do not give them your attention. Do not give them attention.
She's yelling, don't give him your attention. Is that not giving him your attention?
You guys will continue to be killed if you keep trying to harm these men. Don't you understand it?
The one thing the left hates at their rallies and at their protests and at their riots is when someone from the right shows up and they're articulate. That's why they shot Charlie Kirk, because he was the most articulate SOB there ever was in the world when it come to laying out the real truth about conservative values and about religion and Christianity. He was the best, and they killed him for it. Get 3. That's a hell of a blanket statement, but I'm starting to go with you here. This is, it looks like lots of bad energy, lots of bad juju today. We might be waiting for some kind of press conference here, and I will carry that live if I can. Although I do have I'm very skeptical about press conferences because they really never tell you anything that you don't already know. But they spend 20 minutes talking about how great a job they all did and how well they all worked together. You ever notice that? They'll come out and confirm all the facts that you already knew. Then they'll speak for 20 minutes about how well they all did, and then they'll say they're going to answer your questions, but all they ever say is they can't answer that. I don't have those numbers. I don't know. And then they end it. And at the end, you're looking at yourself and thinking, Jesus, they didn't give us a single thing. We didn't get a single new piece of information in this whole thing. Yep. I hope that one day I can be even half as good as he was when it comes to his ability to debate. I consider myself a pretty good debater, and I'm nothing compared to him. He was the best. I mean, I looked up to him. I watched his content for years. I've been enamored by his ability to break through the bullshit and give them their voice while still getting it out there, and I just really loved him for that. But I will also say that his death has created a situation that I never would have imagined possible. There's been a surgence in Christianity and civility and law and order in this country since his death. There has been a surge of younger people now wanting to be conservative, wanting to be like Charlie Kirk, wanting to be reasonable. And so I think it's a big thing. I think it's awesome what's happened since he died. I would rather he didn't die, of course, but since he's dead, let's make the most we can out of a bad situation. Someone sends lemons, you make lemonade and make it good.
Butterfly MX, property access made simple.
He'd have been a great president. Well, it's kind of a representative republic, but it's harder to say that. This is what a representative republic looks like. This is what a representative republic looks like. Yeah, see, it's kind of hard to say that. I agree. When I was hearing all these people that were glad he was dead, saying things and putting up posts, it was disgusting to me. Absolutely disgusting, but whatever. The only reason it was so ugly and nasty is because the positive that came from it, no one ever could have imagined. It was just absolutely amazing. We've got a Turning Point USA chapter here in my town that was started by homeschoolers, and they get together twice a month. They meet and they do conservative stuff, and they plan rallies, and they do everything all the regular students do that are in school. They do the same thing. They're doing it. The homeschoolers are doing it. Our Christian schools, they're all starting chapters. Our public schools, every public school is starting a chapter here. It's amazing. It's amazing. I just hope Charlie Kirk can see what's happened, because so much has happened since he was assassinated. And it's all because of the work he did before he was assassinated. Yeah, I think that one in the upper center is repeating. It's repeated that same scene. I'm working on getting it replaced.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's really not.
I think this is a new one that just went on. Damn it. think I'm allergic to liberals. Yes, she accelerated towards the agent. Whether she was trying to kill him or not is irrelevant. She chose to go there. She chose to do what she did. She chose to interject herself. She chose to break the law and interfere. And she chose to go and create an obstruction for law enforcement. And then she chose to disobey numbers of orders that were given to her. And then she lurched her vehicle towards law enforcement officers. She was shot and killed. That's the way it works in the real world. I'm sorry these people can't seem to understand it, but that's the way it works in the real world. It's called the FAFO law, and she effed around and she found out. I'm sorry, but that's the way it works. You know, and these people that are saying he could have got out of the way. Did he know that at the time? He couldn't see anything. All he could see was her through the windshield driving straight at him. He's taught when deadly force is applied, you apply deadly force back. That's what he's taught. He did what he was taught. If you have a problem with the way he acted, then your problem is with the training, your problem is with the policy, your problem is with lawmakers. Yes, deploribus, 100%. This is what a representative republic looks like when communists are trying to take it over. Yes, you are 100% correct. Yep. Yeah, Iran's in. Yeah, there's a coup going on there right now. There's going to be a change in government. People came here illegally. We're removing them. That's not okay. That's what she's saying. It's like if somebody breaks into your house because they're hungry and they steal food out of your fridge. It should be okay because they were hungry, right?
They're doing on the streets around this country, all over this country, is domestic terrorism. Separating families, snatching people up, kidnapping them, disappearing them, tear gassing communities. How do you feel about what
They've never tear gassed a community.
It's so heartbreaking and it's so inconsistent with who we say we are. Being present, being vocal is not terrorism. Stealing children,
with agents kidnapping community members from their families, off the streets, from their workplaces, and even from mandatory immigration court hearings. Here at 26 Federal Plaza, we have seen them trick and trap people to come to court and then detain and disappear them on a daily basis.
No one's been disappeared, by the way. We know where every single person in the system is.
New Yorkers, we have to keep fighting to defeat Trump-appointed attorneys in immigration proceedings if they have access, and if they don't have access to representation, they will fail. And more families will be separated and more communities gutted. That's why we're here. And saying New York State must invest.
I love how families separated. If you rob a bank and your son's in the car, you and your son will be separated once you're arrested. I mean, think about it. How stupid that is.
Yes, no free ads, but I picked her and Dan.
We're gathered here with our champions and advocates who have been fighting for this. And without further ado, I want to introduce some of them who are going to speak more about the bills and ensure that we get it done this year. So without further ado, join me in welcoming our first speaker, New York State.
Guys, I'm using the left and right ears separately, so please use headphones if you're having a hard time with the sound. I'm in both ears. Everything else is split between left and right. That way I can provide more information over the same medium. A lot of people watch on their TV and they put their headphones in their phone or tablet, and that way you can hear it through your headphones and you can discriminate between the left and right ears.
Every day outrageous things happen. I've seen so many things happen right here.
here in New York City, all across America, and what we need to do is we need to protect our fellow New Yorkers. That is what we're out here for. There's been a lot said about ICE now being the largest law enforcement agency in the country, especially when Trump gave them this huge budgetary increase on our backs. And are they even enforcing the law? That's very questionable. The bottom line is, we here in New York, we believe in following the law. We understand that the laws are on the books and they have to be complied with. And when necessary, we change the laws to make life better for our fellow New Yorkers. But the reality is, ICE and this Trump administration, they are going after New Yorkers beyond what they are allowed to do in the law. And that's what we need to do. We need to protect our fellow New Yorkers using the law. It's demonstrated that somebody that has legal representation has more than 10 times more likelihood to have a positive or an acceptable result, or at least to have less damaging results. That legal representation is paramount to protecting our fellow New Yorkers. And that's why we are here.
Yeah, it may sound okay, but you're hearing both audio streams out of the same speaker. If you use headphones or earbuds, you will actually hear 1 feed in the left completely and 1 feed in the right completely, and it's a lot easier to discern two different conversations that way. That's all. But however works for you guys is obviously great with me.
There's a big convoy coming in now.
That's what we need to do to protect our fellow New Yorkers. People say New York is the international capital of the world. I've heard every elected official at all levels say that. Well, we need to put our money where our mouths are and truly recognize that as the international capital of the world, we have citizens and we have people from all over the world.
And what you were listening to there was from earlier on this morning. Wanted to bring you some of those opening remarks out of New York City, all about funding there for immigration legal services. Right now, as I mentioned, in just about 10 minutes, we expect that vote to take place on the War Powers Act on the Senate floor. That's, of course, the same time that we are
branded ICE vehicles that they drive around and all right, let's see what they're gonna come out. There's not many protesters out here. Like I said, there's more Border Patrol agents now than there are protesters. Earlier this morning, around 7 a.m., hundreds of people are out here.
They lose interest pretty quick.
People maybe. But now it is just look at this guy. This guy. Just in regular clothes, not fitting in with the rest of the crew.
All right, I'm vetting videos, guys. I'm going down through a list of about 250 live videos. About 200 of them are spoofs, and a few are not related. There's a lot of people showing what happened last hour and the hour before. A lot of channels streaming live what happened yesterday. There's a lot of that going on. I really hate the spoofing on YouTube, but I don't know what to do about it.
Alright, so these are buses and vans full of people. They are transporting, probably taking them to the airport. We did a story on this these vans and these buses are full with people they have taken away.
Yeah, we're starting to, the number of streams is starting to drop. So this could mean this was an early thing and it's going to go away now. We'll see if it comes back later. I don't know. I did say earlier, and I think it's true, they might have shot their wad early, if you know what I mean. Well, thank you, Junior. I do appreciate that. I try. And we try here at Starship Adventures to provide a unique coverage and do it professionally. All right, and we are continuing to watch severe weather moving through Oklahoma, now approaching Arkansas, and it's coming across. So it's gonna go into Kansas eventually here, and so we've got to watch this as it does that, of course, because we know what happens to these things. So this is going to move into Missouri. It's going to move into Arkansas here in the next little while, and then tonight on tonight's show, this actually ramps up even more as it comes across the Mississippi. So we will be covering this as well as all the civil unrest and any other breaking news tonight at 9 o'clock, like we do every night at 9 o'clock right here on Starship Adventures. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome everybody into our coverage here. My name is Ian. This is Starship Studios. We are live in North Fort Myers, Florida, broadcasting worldwide on YouTube, the largest broadcast platform, and we are nothing but glass all the way to the net. And we are able to broadcast up to 9 simultaneous streams. We've got 3 going out right now. The other 2 are on Starship After Dark. They're not related to this coverage. Okay, that's what we've got going on. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Now back to the grid. Here's what we've got going on right now. A protest that seems to be starting to wane a little bit. I'm seeing signs that it's starting to wane a little bit. I think people all showed up early to try to make a stand, and guess what? It's cold out there. It's currently 32 degrees right now in these shots that we're seeing. Currently 32 degrees and the wind chill of about 25. So with that being said, it's cold out there. The breeze it's just a breeze. It's not a wind, but it still makes it a 5 or 7 degrees colder feeling. That makes it cut. A lot of these people may not have been prepared for how cold it was this morning, and that might be why the numbers are going down so dramatically. I don't know. There is still a number of people out there, but like someone said twice now, 2 different people have said that we've been listening to, the number of National Guard now, or the number of police now outnumbers the protesters at this point.
Oh, okay.
Moment even more dangerous is not the violence, but it's the lies, the distortion, the denial, the propaganda from a federal administration that's shown again.
I love when propaganda people bitch at me about propaganda.
Brutality.
It's like, dude,
that cannot stand. As your state senators,
you're out here saying shit that's clearly not true. If you're out here saying she was innocent and all this kind of stuff, it's clearly not true. That's propaganda.
Make sure that the investigation underway is going to be truthful, provide the unvarnished truth so that no political agenda replaces the call and the cry for justice and accountability. That is a demand. And that is why what you are doing here today matters so much. We must raise our voices. We must bear witness. We must refuse to normalize state-sanctioned violence. We cannot give this president or anyone else an excuse to further militarize our communities, to invoke extraordinary powers, peaceful protest, raising our voices. That
More than likely, these people were paid this morning. That's why they all showed up early. They're putting the F word in the chants now. That's just how civil they are. Sorry, I'll bring the Nats volume down, the natural sound volume down just a little bit. It rides up and down. All right, that upper one in the middle there, that's the scene from yesterday. That's repeating. The one in the upper right, that's repeating now. I am looking for additional video. Okay, I'm now getting word that we've got protests going on in New York. And I'm going to be putting that in the upper right. This is apparently going on in New York right now when I can get it to come up. I'll get that tagged for you guys. Give me a second here. I don't think I could be a protester because it's just it's way too repetitious for me. Yeah, we're going to be covering that today and this evening as well. They did just issue another severe thunderstorm warning for that, and so that's where we're at. There's another one there blinking. You can see this is the latest one. Let me take it out of split mode here. This is what it looks like, and we're basically waiting. This is going to ramp up later as it gets over towards the Mississippi. As this whole system reaches this area over here, it is going to become dynamic. We're going to have all the conditions in place for tornadoes, and that's going to happen this evening. Everything south of St. Louis through Memphis. It's going to be all that whole area there, the Mississippi Valley, all through up there. And here's the thing, this weather system, like I said, it's not going to be the worst we've ever seen. We're not going to see huge long track tornadoes or anything like that. However, there is the possibility for tornadoes tonight, so we will be following this intently.
On social media, showed an officer intercepting.
I don't know what audio that is. What is that? 3? I think that's feeding over that New York feed.
Officer standing in front of the vehicle pulls his gun and immediately fires at
Who knows what that's all about? Anyway, so there is a protest in New York. It does look like they're blocking streets at this point. All right, so that's what we're looking at. As this system works its way to the east, it is going to get bad along western Tennessee and also Mississippi, and all along the Mississippi River, eastern Arkansas, and further north, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, all looking at some tonight. Could be getting some of this. All right, so there's where it comes across, and I'll just show you guys one more time. As this system right here, okay, as it moves west, it's going to get into more favorable conditions right along here, and that's going to happen later on this evening. So we will be watching that this evening. The heating of the day will exacerbate this a little bit, and so be expecting that later today. Let's see here. I got to get you back to the birds being flipped. There's lots of flipping of the bird. Listen closely to the crowd, and you'll hear people just like that guy that just said that. Come on, let's go. What they're doing is they're the inciters. They walk around the crowd and they try to get things going. They're the ones where 10 of them will start running in one direction and everybody will start running, and then they all just kind of stop and move to the side. They're people that manipulate these sheeple that are down there right now, these simpletons. And they love to go in and basically make them look ignorant. But the biggest thing they're trying to do is, if they can get a low-level riot going, then they can jack that up into a full-scale riot, start burning down Target stores. That's what they really want to do. But you got to remember, these anarchists are a bunch of pussies. The biggest problem with these anarchists is they want to burn shit down. They want to hurt people. They want to hurt cops. They want to do all this. But they're scared. They're scared of getting caught. They're scared of prison time. So what they do is they wait till the cover of anarchy happens. They wait until people are throwing rocks, the cops are ineffective, everything's really bad, and that's when they start exacerbating the situation and making it worse. No, I did not see any widespread reports of anything last night. When I signed off last night, it was almost 1 o'clock, I think 1 o'clock a.m. here, and it didn't seem like there was that much going on. It was pretty much winded down. But remember, even with the Floyd riots, with the No Kings, with the anti-ICE before that, these always peak on their third day. You got to remember that. There's a ramp up and a ramp down. People saw what happened last night. That's what caused this morning. Now people wake up this morning and they're like, damn, I should have been there. I'm going. Let's go. And now there's going to be a new influx of people coming in for this afternoon, and then eventually your bad actors will be coming in this evening. But this is the natural progression of things. It literally is just how it works. So tomorrow may even be worse. The only thing that's going to keep the weekend from being really bad is the fact that it's going to get cold as shit there, in the teens at night. And it's going to be hard to do any kind of protesting. Believe it or not, protesting is a clear weather sport. It's one of those sports, it's like football. They don't like playing it, or not football, but baseball. They don't like playing it when it's raining outside.
Research and teaching, and it's all right here at NCH. And that was a tremendous draw.
And again, we're watching for a press conference that may be coming up, and we will take that live. Somebody needs a whistle shoved up their ass. Okay, let's see here.
Because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country. And they understand that. So we have medical companies coming over. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition to it. Maybe they'll make more money with that, who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever. So we're very happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been. And I'm a legitimate opponent. I watched my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son Eric is a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax and then wanting to put, so they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press, say Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget, I get a call from my son Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax. The Russia hoax. Russia hoax. On a story. Actually, the second one was even better. The third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it, they want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach him based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously, the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens. And I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to be in this beautiful Oval Office. We never looked so nice. We're getting great compliments, and you see outside. Let's come out. It's been great. We make a lot of improvements to the White House, and we're doing that. One of the things you should be looking at is the Palm Court, because that's been totally redone. So we like to preserve and make better the White House, and that's really what's happened, and getting tremendous reviews, and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing. Early yesterday morning, I returned from the Middle East, where we celebrated a historic agreement to end years of suffering and conflict. Amazing. Every country came together. And even the enemies came out and totally endorsed it. Everybody, I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's seen anything like it. Just as we are forging peace and stability abroad, we are also restoring peace and safety and stability at home. And you see that in Washington, D.C., maybe better than any place, because we got there, and within 12 days it was very good. And within 30 days, it's been as safe as any city in the country. It's been great. Took out 1,700 people, got them out. These are career criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know, but not under President Trump. Today, we're announcing the results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. There were many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and it had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made crushing violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals. And these are among the most dangerous and violent people in the world. They were allowed, in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, they were allowed in by a very foolish, actually stupid, open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job, because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison. All
right, I'm taking the president for a little while here, because a lot of places aren't taking him right now. So I'm going to go ahead and carry it on one side. On the other side, we've got another press conference getting ready to start, possibly Nome, not sure. But when that starts, we're going to take that one as well.
150% increase in arrests. We got, and we really went after the bad ones. These include 725 individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that make D.C. Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice, because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full. And usually that means a lot of good things. But restaurants that were closed are now opening up. And everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington, D.C., and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in Washington. They're being killed on an average of over one a week. The Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been incredible.
We are going to be covering these storms tonight. We're going to do split coverage tonight, because we're going to do the protests and the storms. So we'll be going back and forth tonight on multi-screen. Starts at 9 p.m. Eastern normally. I'm going to try to get on as early as 8 tonight. We'll see how it goes.
Agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy. Bring them in. Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop. And more so
That's why
because
we're
of the
out here.
success that we
This
had
one
in
year
D.C.
fucking joker.
I think if we didn't have that success,
I
nobody
don't
would
get off
even
my couch.
believe it.
I'm a fucking retarded.
So I want to congratulate all
But I
of the
saw this
incredible
fucking
law
protest,
enforcement
and I fired-
professionals
I let them
joining
down.
us
At least
today,
tell you
especially
motherfuckers.
Attorney General
Think
Pam
about what the
Bondi,
fuck you're
terrific,
doing. You should be
Deputy
wearing
Attorney
plate carriers.
General
You should have
Todd
local
Blanche, who
shit on.
is
You don't need
a
every fucking
fantastic
licky and chewy.
legal
Maybe a couple special
talent.
teams.
All right, we're seeing, I believe this is live. We're seeing multiple arrests here.
Cash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list. 4 of the most wanted, actually 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend and beat exodus.
Or something was off. It didn't matter who the fuck you were. You could say, hey, hey, chill.
To defend
Hey,
law and
Captain
order and
so-and-so, you're
combat
fucked up.
violent
Fix your
crime,
shit.
arrest illegal
Where the fuck
aliens,
is
and make
this
American
You
cities
should
the
have a
safest in the
suppressor
world. And when I campaigned,
Have a suppressor on.
I
Really.
talked about crime,
This afternoon, you should go
I never
go-
knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know what I mean? I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders on one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason. Like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to. They better. I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that could be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings. Maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you. And they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Paul and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash, for example, told me people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago. And they started doing a lot of work in Chicago. And we brought the numbers down a little bit. And but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it was like, can you believe we're trying to save Chicago? But I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries are crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan, and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that anymore. It's going to stop and stuff like that. Cash, please.
What did he do? Thanks to your brave leadership, the mandate you were given by the American people not only to defend the homeland and crush violent crime, you tasked us with great partners at the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said this is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, we have to do Operation Summerhead, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3 months, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 fire kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, of your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage and arrests alone in prosecution. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests.
Talking about how important that will be to see that body camera video. They're protesting here. They said that they were gathering to protest what ICE agents are doing in Minneapolis, and of course what happened yesterday with that deadly shooting of 37-year-old Renee Good. Right now, this is our photojournalist Nate along with our reporter Kelsey Christensen out there again. This is near the airport here, Fort Snelling, a federal building where ICE works.
Where there are some ICE offices. Kelsey, it looks like you want to bring us another update here.
ICE. Okay, sure. We're being told to move. Give me 1 second. ICE looks like is drawing closer to protesters on the other side of the street here, trying to move protesters off the federal building property here. But yeah, this started at 7 o'clock. I was told that it was going to be peaceful. I heard them tell each other that, the other protesters, whoever organized this.
Oh yeah, they always say that.
De-escalation techniques. Clearly that's something that is not exactly happening out here this morning as the crowd went across the street all the way up to those white gates.
Yeah, it's not happening.
If you can see that, that is where the cutoff is for the federal building where ICE agents enter into work. As I said, as soon as ICE agents started coming into work, that's when the crowd got really ramped up and went as close as they could to the fence and those white gates here. You see ICE agents lining the side of the street now, the road blocked off. Oh, come over here, come over here. Something's going on over here, another interaction with ICE agents and protesters. Looks like a fight, a sign was just thrown. We're trying to make our way over there. Right now I'm behind, oh jeez.
Kelsey, stay safe out there. We know that within the last 30 minutes, you were saying as some of that mace and pepper balls were sprayed, you were inhaling.
By that American flag, you'll see tear gas just deployed. I'm sorry. Excuse me, sorry. I just got yelled at by ICE to get back. You see tear gas deployed now as protesters and ICE agents again face off on the other side of this building. As I mentioned, there are two entrances here. ICE agents demanding that these protesters get to the other side of the street. Looks like that is their goal of this operation. Excuse me, of this operation that they're putting on right now here. So tear gas has been deployed, if you can see, pan over to the left here. Tear gas deployed by ICE agents after some sort of fight broke out, again, on this one entrance. The other entrance to the federal building, ICE agents even telling me to get back, despite having a press badge. That kind of is a really difficult thing to differentiate. Looks like there's a, excuse me, looks like there's a fight breaking out between protesters and ICE agents. Someone being dragged right now. Look at this. So dragging someone over. We have someone right here that was just tear gas. Looks like she needs to get to safety here. Hope we have some water for her. Nate, let's go ahead and get a better view. What's going on?
So as we watch this live camera, Kelsey, I'm going to let you catch your breath, struggling with the irritants in the air there outside of the Whipple Federal Building there off Highway 62 right by Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. There are some ICE offices in that building. It has become a place where demonstrators have sent their focus clearly as they want to push back against the federal immigration operations happening in Minnesota. You can see a lot of the chemical live at that view here from our 5 Eyewitness News camera. Again, this large gathering that started about an hour and a half ago this morning. Again, it was described as this group planning.
It actually started about 2.5 hours ago.
At some point here, as we take in this live view, there was a flashpoint, and federal agents emerged from the building. It's become clear as we talked with Kelsey and watched these live images that the federal agents' priority is to protect that facility, and they have been trying to push the crowd back. But the crowd, clearly, as you're watching this, has been defiant at times as well.
Kelsey said they went up to a parking lot area where the federal the federal agents were telling the protesters to move back. And we're looking right now at some of the protest video from this morning. Again, this is before that flashpoint that sort of happened at about 8 o'clock. And as people were gathering to protest, it was beginning at 7 o'clock this morning. And there's some other video. Kelsey saying she's seen mace, pepper balls deployed there.
All right, I got news on the left. I got Christy Nome on the right.
Federal agents across the country since September. People being shot in their vehicles. We know that at least 9 people have been shot across the country in their vehicles by federal agents since September, and then 5 have been killed. That number includes Renee Good, 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis, and that was just yesterday. Right now, Kelsey Christensen on the ground with her photojournalist Nate, and we've been seeing their picture breaking up right now. We want Kelsey to stay safe. She was saying even with that press badge, she has been asked to pull back from that area.
That's a very good question, Gator. They keep saying ICE is doing this, and ICE is making arrests, and ICE is deploying tear gas. I thought this should be local police dealing with this. Backed up by ICE if they ask for it, of course, but they won't ask for it.
And these demonstrators have gathered, and Kelsey's right in the middle of all of this, and we know that the governor has put...
But then again, if their building's being attacked, they're going to do what they do. I get it.
Like this, where things are escalating, so our news team will no doubt be checking with the state today, local officials, to see what the response is going to be.
During our investigation,
at this early hour here this morning, Kelsey, things escalated
with the transnational criminal organization, notorious Trinitaris gang in New York.
They escalated.
We began to
fast.
target
In fact, we had to catch our breath. We just got tear gas with the crowd there. Protesters gave us each a mask, which was very kind. But this started as a peaceful protest at 7 o'clock this morning outside of the federal building. In fact, across the road in a parking lot near the Metro Transit. You know this area in Fort Snelling here. Things were peaceful. Protesters, hundreds of them, lined the street here across from the federal building. However, as soon as ICE agents started to come into work at both of these gates here, there are 2 gates, so the protest got a little bit separated. That's when the crowd really was getting upset, moving forward, saying profanities at these agents, and then also telling them to get out of Minnesota, saying they want them arrested. And the protesters getting as close as the fence, even grabbing the fence at some point, and again saying profanities at these agents. The agents were just behind me here in the parking lot, and we're getting geared up with riot gear, masks, weapons, and then they started to encroach on the left side here, the other side, where protesters were getting very close to getting inside the property, or the property outside of this building.
These arrests and these removals,
that's when ICE agents came out, and we were running over. If you saw me when this first happened, I was out of breath because we had to run all the way over to the other gate. That's when ICE agents deployed.
She also got gassed.
The pepper spray onto, or the mace or the pepper spray onto a few of the protesters as they were telling them to move back. They would not move back, and then they pepper sprayed them in the face. Those protesters got back after that happened, of course, having to clear their eyes out with water and whatnot. And then because this protest is so big, it's hard to see exactly what's going on at every point. But then we heard some commotion. Follow that commotion, we saw ICE agents bring several people to the ground. They were pointing pepper balls at the ground as well, deploying that, telling people to
Okay, the
back
big
off,
one has just started
ourselves.
looping, so
And
I'm going to be
then,
looking for new video.
Tear gas was deployed on that same entrance where all of this started, where the mace started and the fighting. And now you're seeing ICE agents continue to line the street here, as it seems like their goal is to push people completely off of the property to the other side of the street. So basically right now both gates are completely blocked because of the crowd and ICE agents. And this road is also blocked here. There's a Metro Transit line over there that looks like it is still running, but cars are not able to get through. So right now we're a little bit back after getting tear gas, trying to catch our breath here, but also trying to get a better vantage point for you, because from here you can see the whole span of the protest, and when commotion ensues, looks like there might be something going
I'm
on.
surprised in Minneapolis they don't issue all the reporters a gas mask when they start working there.
Looks like the visitor office A gate, if you know this area. I'm going to get a little bit closer to see if I can see what's going on. But as far as any...
You're right, neighbor. We've got some serious cold weather coming there over the weekend. Your nights will be in the mid-teens right there in town.
Things to go through. A lot of people here have water to flush out their eyes. Masks are being used. But
Apocalypse.
to get back, making this very clear that they will not be letting anyone.
I am not sure. The lower left is live. I believe the lower right is live. It's purported as being live, but it's hard to tell for sure.
It's hard to count exactly, but I say about maybe 100 ICE agents.
The lower left is, and the two upper ones where people are speaking, those are all live for sure. The New York one is live because it's going back and forth to Nome. And the other ones I'm trying my best to vet.
Sounds like the protesters are going to be leaving for everyone's safety.
Share information on this operation with you. The first one is going to be Director Frank Russo will address and talk about.
So these people have a megaphone, so they might be able to spread the word here. But protesters just telling me right now that they are planning to leave this area for everyone's safety.
Madam Secretary,
That's going to be
we can't thank you enough for being here
when
today.
it comes to hundreds
Your
of
humanity,
people that
your
we're talking to
compassion
try and spread this
was
message.
evident to us
So we'll continue
the
to
minute our
watch this
officer
and
got
see if
shot.
things clear out
You visiting him
but ICE
in the
agents definitely
hospital,
ramping up their presence.
checking up on him
There were just a
every so
dozen when
often
this started,
was
maybe a
really
half hour ago. I'm kind
clear
of losing track of
indication
time here as this unfolds. But now looks to
and really
be
inspired
probably
us to
100
come up
ICE
with this
agents
operation. I'm
lining
sure
the
that the
street
success
here
of this
as
operation
protesters might
is a
be going
direct
home.
result of your care. So thank you.
We'll be watching this.
I want to get something across.
All right, guys, news in the left ear. We've got the press conference going on in the right
New
ear.
York City is a safer city because we did not allow this attack, this vicious attack,
Minneapolis
on our office
Airport off of Highway
to go
62
unanswered
with this.
and unpunished. Because Operation
I do believe everything's live, but I'm constantly trying to vet.
Situation here with a couple
Now,
of forces.
best thing about this operation
the
is that it
federal
was done
immigration agents,
the way
who
law enforcement
it became
loves
clear as we watched these live images
fight,
emerge from the
discreetly,
facility, protecting
behind
that
the
Yes, the lower right is the local Fox affiliate. The lower left is the NBC or ABC
What that
affiliate.
did was it allowed our officers and agents
there is
to go out there
anger in that
conduct
crowd
surveillance
after the
to
shooting and
do
killing by an
intel
ICE
gathering
agent of
operations
37-year-old
to
Ricky
arrest
Good
these
yesterday in
individuals
South Minneapolis.
without any
And that clash between the
and
two
without
sides
any
on
impact.
display here. And Kelsey, just
That's
before
the
you,
way
it looks
it's
like you're going to be
supposed to be.
clearing out of that area.
And that's
We have
the way
news
we
crews
kept
responding. We're going to keep eyes on it as it unfolds.
6 months ago, our officer was enjoying a Saturday night in the park.
And we saw that
he was attacked,
dozens
it was an
turning
attack
into
on
hundreds of protesters there.
We realized we had to
described
restore
peacefully,
public
and then at 8
and
o'clock,
the
a
rule of law.
flashpoint where there was
Our
that
mission is clear at
conflict
CBP.
between the ICE
Our
agents
mission
and
is
the
to protect the
protesters.
homeland,
But moments ago,
safeguard
just
the
hearing on
borders,
that bullhorn,
and endure
protesters
economic
saying
prosperity.
they were going to clear
But this
because of
mission was
safety
more
concerns.
narrowly
This is
focused.
video
This
here
mission
from
was about
just the
protecting
past
the citizens
90
of New York
minutes of those protesters.
ridding ourselves of
Reporter
these
Kelsey
horrible
Christensen
individuals.
has been there live on the
Now,
ground along with
we
our
came up
fellow
with the name
journalist,
Salvo
Nate. There
because
were
the name
pepper
means
balls,
blood.
there were tear
Salvo,
gas
first
there,
and foremost,
mace,
the term
all in an effort
our officer
from
received
ICE
salvation
agents to keep
by the grace of
protesters
God
away from that
because of the
area.
incredible
This was a
support from the
planned
NYPD and the
protest.
leadership of
People
Commissioner Tish and her
there
team
so
who was
that they
out there
could protest ICE agents
picking up our officer
in
and bringing him to a
Minneapolis.
hospital.
This, of course,
So
all
we thank
starting
them.
after yesterday morning an ICE agent
Salvo
shot
also
and killed
references the term
37-year-old.
If you're just joining us, we are using left and right ears separately. Left and right ears separately. In the left ear, we're live local news from ABC 5 out of Minnesota. In the right ear, live press conference with Kristi Noem and others talking about this incident.
Protests and
We
vigils
felt
are
the need
planned
as a
not only
premier
to
law
honor the
enforcement
life
agency
of
with our
Renee
partners
Good, but also
to unleash
they say
a salvo
to
of justice.
tell ICE agents
So,
not to be
by
in the
using
city. Now, there's a
intel-driven
different opinion
operations,
we've heard
data-driven
from
targeting
Secretary Kristi
capabilities that are
Noem
second to
that
none.
this
We
shooting
went
and
after
killing was in
individuals who
fact
are
justified,
illegally
saying
here,
that ICE
many
agents
who
feared
have
for
criminal
their
records.
safety, feared for their lives.
It was
Gator, I agree with you on the
From
looping thing, and trust me, it's the most annoying thing about this.
Realize
I have to try to see when it starts looping and switch it out as quick as I can. That's what I do.
realize that.
See, upper left right now, I think was actually about 45 or 50 minutes ago. That's a loop now.
What happened, but if there is
by
body
getting at their
camera video
networks.
that's seeing that,
And each and every day,
I'm working it. I want to find a way that you guys can eventually help me directly with this. Gator and Junior and some of you guys, neighbors that's been around for a while. If you're tech savvy, I'm actually working on ways you guys can help me with this, but we'll get to that later.
Now, between the federal government and you've got the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension imagine, working together to
We looked at
investigate
businesses,
this deadly
residences,
shooting by an ICE agent
community
of this
hubs
woman here in
that
South
were harboring
Minneapolis.
these individuals.
You can bet that
The results
that
speak for
investigation
themselves.
will include
More than
going
50
through
arrests
all of
as
these
results
witness
of our
videos,
efforts.
frame by frame,
All
as they try
because
to analyze
of the partnership
exactly what
and the work that
unfolded
we
here.
did
Big
together.
day.
Yeah, that upper left is
Truly
definitely repeating.
Sign that we will not
It's out of there. Let me see what this one is.
We know the governor's put the National Guard on standby here in our
Oh,
state.
HBO Max.
Want to go right now
Secretary
back
again,
out to our Kelsey
our
Christensen,
commissioner, our
photojournalist,
assistant commissioner,
Nate live there. This is
the Office
again
of
the
Field
federal
HBO still
Whipple
exists.
Our
building,
special
Fort
response
Snelling
team
near
operators, our
Minneapolis
task
St. Paul
force
International
officers,
Home
Airport.
box
Kelsey,
office.
Just about 10 minutes ago, we
Field
heard
analysis and
protesters
intelligence
saying they
units
were going to leave for
under
their
the leadership
safety.
of George Pasiakos, Mike Firing, Dave Campos, and Carmine
Yeah, that's right.
Borges,
And we've
who
seen,
did an
looks
incredible
like a
job
few hundred leave.
protecting the city
However,
and
as
making
you
sure
can
that
see down the
Saturday
line
night
here,
park
looks like still maybe
Thank you,
100 to
everybody, for being here.
200
I'm now
are
gonna
making the
turn it over
decision
to
to stay
ICRO
out here
Director
and
Ken Jerome.
protest
Thank you.
outside
That's
of
a healthy
this federal
200.
building. So
That's a
I'm gonna
healthy 200. Let's
walk
be
a little
honest.
bit closer here to show you what the line is looking like.
It's probably
between
more like 200 or
protesters
300.
and ICE agents. We're not seeing.
I mean,
any
this is
commotion or
a
violence here at
modest
this
protest.
point.
It's
It
not
looks like this woman is
too
speaking,
big,
with ICE agents. I'm
but
not
more
sure
than the
what
usual 50
exchanges
people
here.
that show up.
Looks like she is just expressing her concerns and her being upset about the shooting yesterday.
Oh, hey, no
to these
worries,
ICE agents
neighbor.
here. But if we can,
I love doing this. I find it a challenge, and I love to provide unique news coverage.
Developed here within the last 15 minutes or so, much of them coming out of the federal building here to create a perimeter. They have been successful at pushing the crowd to the other side of the street at this point, and see the line still continues to go down here, spanning much of the street just outside of this federal building. Some protesters are still yelling things at these ICE agents. However, they're not getting close enough for a fight or for mace to be deployed. I haven't seen any tear gas.
This young girl's doing a pretty good job, I gotta say. Being in news like I am, she's doing a good job. This is probably her first one of these.
ICE agents started coming into work. That's when the crowd
I cut her a little
really,
slack here.
got
She's
ramped
doing
up,
all right.
Getting closer all the way up to the fence here at the federal building. That's when ICE agents came out in the mass here. Now seeing looks like 100 or more ICE agents now creating this barrier, being successful, moving the crowd to the other side of the street. Mace was deployed, pepper balls were deployed, as well as tear gas. We experienced them all ourselves as well. ICE even telling us to get out of the way. We saw
What
them
the hell?
pull several people to the ground. I saw them at one point even dragging one person across the street. Not exactly sure what unfolded, but I did catch a glimpse of that agent dragging someone laying down all the way to the other side of the street here. And then the protesters, looks like it was one of the main organizers, had a megaphone telling everyone to leave for their safety, just given what went down here within the last hour or so. So the crowd has about halved, I'd say, but there were so many people. We're talking 300, 400 people is what I would estimate, but still looks like about 100 people have decided to remain here at this protest. Still going up to ICE agents and saying whatever they may be saying about their concerns, telling them to leave, but looks like nothing is getting violent here at this point. But the crowd has about halved, I would say, in what it was this morning, just a massive protest.
What you're saying right there is that it appears as if the crowd is cut in half, but our photojournalist, Nate, if you could pan away from Kelsey and show us, this is quite remarkable, quite a remarkable sight. Kelsey, you were saying when this all began, it was about a dozen ICE agents, and knew in just the past 20 minutes, about 100 ICE agents there, sort of flooding out of that building there, the federal Whipple building there near the airport there, Fort Snelling area, making that perimeter there a remarkable sight. You're saying that that has multiplied from just about a dozen to perhaps you're estimating 100 ICE agents all there forming that perimeter there at that protest.
Basically hiding in plain sight.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
this
that is
bullshit?
exactly right, and
They
it really was
provide
just amazing to
safe
watch this
haven
all unfold
for
so
Get off my
quickly.
thing.
Given that we were
Jesus.
expecting a
The
peaceful
lack of
protest, clearly
cooperation
escalating
All right.
to the point
There we
where
go.
base pepper
That's
balls
better.
and tear
Enforcement
gas,
spectrum.
we're all deployed here,
And
but
rather than
yeah,
the
I mean, when we're
city-stated
talking
purpose
about the protest yesterday, this is what
to
this is
protect the
reminding me
immigrants
of
in
when
New York
it's coming to the
and the
violence
citizens
and the
of New York
face-to-face with ICE
These
agents
misguided
and
policies
protesters. We're
allow
seeing that
criminals
again
to roam
here
freely.
unfold this
All right, I'm
morning
gonna go back and
outside
take
the
some
federal
natural
building.
sound.
Again, this is where ICE agents primarily operate out of here in the Twin Cities. But still, many
I'm signing
people
them
this
left
morning,
and right. The
looks like
commissions. And by the way, I want to
refusing
compliment
leave,
Jonathan.
still wanting to show
and also
their
Mike.
support
Well,
for
the
community,
president's still
wanting
going.
to show up and
Let's
make
see
their
here.
concerns known and tell ICE to get out of Minnesota, calling for their arrest. Many people walking about a foot or two
New Yorkers should not have
away
to worry
from
about
ICE
violent
as
criminals
they communicate those concerns
roaming
to
their
them.
neighborhoods because
I'm
of
just
the local system.
scanning the perimeter here to see if I'm seeing any
We always
commotion.
stand ready to work
Looks like this
with our local
protester
law
might be getting a little bit
enforcement
close, but
without
nothing
condition
violent
and
here
sincerely
at
we
this
look
moment.
forward to
I'm seeing a lot of
reestablishing
people
a
videotape
mutually
these
beneficial
exchanges.
path forward.
Kelsey,
Go ahead, Matt.
it's worth repeating here this morning that the organizers from the demonstrators that you heard from did say they want people to leave this area, they're making that call for their own safety. Just to be clear, some of the organizers who you heard from with the megaphones, they were saying that folks should leave. Clearly, not everyone is listening to that suggestion here this morning. Just talk about the complex layers at play here. I mean, you have the federal agents who clearly have orders to protect this facility, trying to establish that perimeter with this huge show of force. But at the same time, there's so much anger
They beat the hell out of this guy, and there was many
frustration with the
Jeez.
killing.
I got
of
so
this
many
woman
audio
in South
sources, I can't even keep track of them
yesterday.
all.
And that also on full
I know what
display.
that one
And
is.
these tensions, as you have shown us here live this morning, can erupt in a moment's notice.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. There has been so much tension since the protest began, since the shooting began yesterday, but then feeling this again this morning as hundreds of people were showing up. They
compliment
were
them.
singing about love and being there for one another in the community, and then clearly once they visibly saw these ICE agents here going into work, just a big emotions, and clearly seeing that displayed out here this
And there's
morning.
no audio on that one.
Quite frankly, a lot of rage, a lot of profanity, a lot of screaming, a lot of shoving and pushing. And then you also have these ICE agents as well who have to create a perimeter and not let protesters get inside of the barrier, who also, yes, have a job to do. I'm sure that they're also feeling the weight of what happened yesterday. The protesters are feeling the weight of what happened yesterday. Such an unprecedented thing that is happening right now here in Minneapolis again. So it's not like people in Minneapolis or here in Minnesota are new to these types of incidents, new to these types of protests, riots, whatever you might call them.
You're part of the force that fucking shot an innocent woman. An unarmed woman. Are you proud of that?
That you can feel in the air, but then
Are you proud of it? Innocent woman did nothing wrong, made no bad decisions that day.
very clear that they are out of their city, and that is what we're seeing being displayed out here today.
Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job!
Okay, that was loud. Sorry about that.
There at 34 in Portland, in the central neighborhood
Rouse
of
of
South
one.
Minneapolis. I was out there yesterday, right near that scene. Tensions were high.
The sound suddenly came on that one. It's like, oh, wow.
Witness video. Our 5 Investigates team working to gather that witness video, talking with people who worked with investigations at the federal level before, trying to discern exactly what happened. At this point, we do not have body camera video. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying it is up to the FBI whether or not they will give that video, whether that video will be shown, and that is what
One of the things I do here on this channel is I like to give you guys a little glimpse behind the camera. And here, I want to show you guys what the studio looks like with all these sources coming in. Oh, God, I can't do it. Did you see it? Is it flipped out there? Did you see all those sources there? I literally have this whole bank of audio sources there. They all correspond with the different boxes around there. Anyway, all right, let's do a quick reset here. I am going to be on for a while longer here, probably another 2 hours. So stay with us, and then I'll be back tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be back with continuous live coverage through the evening and night if necessary. We will be covering this multi-screen format, so you guys can stay with us. I do have to leave today between 2 and 8 in order to produce my conservative talk radio show that I've been producing for many years, and we are, well, right now the second highest rated show in the whole area, and so it's very important to me, and so I got to get in and do that. That's my full-time job. And then I'm back at 7 o'clock here. I'll be home about 7:30. I'll be on at 8. And then after that, we'll go on at 8, and I will stay on through the night. And, of course, I'm talking Eastern time. Okay, so that's what we've got. Just to give you guys an idea of where we're at. Hi, everybody. This is StarShip Studios. My name is Ian. And we've been around for over 5 years. We've got 25,000 subs, over 3 million views, and right now we've got about almost 1,200 videos. So we do science and ham radio, breaking news of all kinds, weather, space weather, really cool science stuff. Check us out. We're on every night at 9 p.m. for about a 2-hour show. Unless there's breaking news, and we do everything we do in a multi-screen format. All right, back to the grid. There we go. This is what's going on all over the place right now. And we're watching protests now in New York. What's in the big screen right now is New York. That is in New York right now. A very organized protest going on in front of one of the government buildings there. And then we also have the lower left, that's the news there in Minnesota. Everything else is Minnesota on the left there. And then we've got the president speaking, and it looks like Kristi Noem is speaking again. We took quite a bit of those. All right, I'll bring you back into this interview here.
Anything like that?
Nothing. He was not doing anything. He was peacefully protesting just like everybody else, practicing his First Amendment, and they went straight for him. And again, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was based off racial profiling.
I know he and the president. For this to turn into what it did, what does that mean to you? But also, why are you guys leaving? Has not been
we're leaving because it seems like the group is starting to die down, and usually when it starts to die down, that's when they start attacking people. Usually, and you know, I gotta pay my bills and everything too. So, but at the same time, you know, ICE.
What do you mean in contrast? What happened?
It kind of is pretty blatant as day is that they do not care. They do not care about following the law. They do not care about peace. They do not care about anything. They are here to brutalize people, to scare people, to push fear into every immigrant, and at this point, just American citizens in general.
That were inciting.
And I think that
he did follow his training because of an
the protesters are going to get a lot bigger because Minnesota does not back down from stuff like this. Our history shows that. So.
One more question for you, Leo. Do you worry about things? You saw things escalate here this morning. Do you worry that things are going to further escalate? Kind of what he was just alluding to as the days go on. But let's remember the events that surrounded what happened yesterday on that tragic situation was that these individuals had followed our officers all day, had harassed them, had locked them in. They were impeding our law enforcement operations, which is against the law.
And when they demanded her to get out of her vehicle several times, she did not.
Okay.
So we'll
Thank you, both of
continue
you, and
to
stay
allow
safe the rest of the time.
this process
Matt Brady
to
will send it
unfold
back to you.
and recognize that these law enforcement officers
Hurley.
every single day
catch
put
up
their
with
lives
Kelsey
on the
here.
line. They go out and do their jobs.
Joining
They go
our
out and
breaking news coverage outside of the Whipple Federal Building.
This was an
there
act of
in the
domestic
Fort Snelling area,
terrorism, which is
where
perpetuating
there's our ICE offices, and we saw those ICE agents guarding
these
that
policies
building
and
here clashing
procedures
with
that follow a
demonstrators
use
who
of
had
force
gathered for a
situation like
peaceful
this is
march here this
continuing
morning,
to be
and
put
then
in
that
place. So this is
situation
standard
hit a
operating
flashpoint and
procedure
escalated.
after every
A
use
big
of
day
force
ahead. We're
situations that we
expecting to
follow
hear from
these
Homeland Security
procedures and
Secretary
protocols.
Kristi Noem.
This situation
10
is
o'clock
no
this morning,
different.
our time, just about an hour from now,
No,
and we
this young
will
lady
have live
represents-
coverage of that
I'll come
for
to you
you
next.
on Channel 5 today, so keep it here for that. Also, we'll be checking with the state. Governor Tim Walz, we know, has put the National
I would say
Guard
that President
on
Trump
standby
and his
here in
administration are
Minnesota
focused on
for this
protecting
very
people.
reason, this type of
We will
escalation.
never
So we'll be
telegraph
checking with
exactly
state
the
officials,
numbers
of
and
course, today.
operations that we
Stay
have
with
and
our
where we
news
will
team,
be,
5 Eyewitness
focused
News,
on, but
for
I
the
think
latest
that
on air
when you
and
see,
across
violent
all of our
criminals that are
digital
taking advantage of
platforms.
American citizens,
This
putting
in
their
the
lives in
investigation,
jeopardy,
our
our law
continuing
enforcement
coverage, this
officers at
breaking
DHS will
news of
always
the
show up.
fatal shooting involving immigration and customs
come back. Go
enforcement. Stay with us.
The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle. Went to hospital and received treatment, was released and is spending time.
All right, so there you go. That's the latest there from the news. I'm working right now to find other feeds as well. What other news stations are live? This is the only one that seems to be doing
I won't describe in
wall-to-wall
detail our law
coverage.
enforcement operations that we have. It's just puts our officers' lives in jeopardy, but they will be there enforcing the laws of this country and upholding the public safety needs that have to happen when it comes to enforcing federal law. You know, we've got thousands of officers there, and
Intel is telling me, these guys have Intel people. It tells them these are all civilians. They know, they probably know who some of that stuff. But you don't tell them, hey, we're going to go in there and do this. You give a commander's intent that's like, hey, we're going to go into this area. We're going into
I'm not going to get specific to this officer, but he's an experienced officer that has served a number of years,
so I need you guys, make sure you're not looking into
acted according to his training.
Let's do
and,
everything right.
we
I still go
expect
through
that
the
all the
same
policies and
battle
procedures
drills,
that we
everything else. Like if we
will
were to
be
take
exactly
contact,
that he
but we
acted
go in.
All right, yeah, my alert did not go off here for that, but let's talk about it.
Civilians with nothing on, just myself with my face. And whenever I went and talked with Shura leaders or local Afghan leaders, there was always Taliban.
All right, guys, we've got a tornado warning now. Tornado just north of Joplin. This is going to be moving northeast. We've got, let me put this in split mode so we can see what we've got going on here.
Yeah, I think they're being...
Sometimes you are so inside your creative ad account, you need to just zoom out. Radar in Atria gives you a high-level, AI-powered overview of your creative performance, so you know exactly where to focus. It looks at the last 30...
You're supposed to be law enforcement.
Shut up with your accent, you know what I mean.
Protecting people. You're supposed to be doing your job.
All right, and yeah, this is a tornado warning. This includes, it's through noon central in Missouri. Includes 2 counties, McDonald and Newton. It includes the cities of Anderson, Goodman, No-Show, Knoll, Pineville, Rocky, Comfort, and Southwest City. That's a tornado warning.
And there are new developments still coming in by the state. We have just learned that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, BCA, is withdrawing from the investigation, with the FBI now solely leading the investigation. Governor Tim Walz is set to speak about public safety coming up at 11:30. We'll bring that to you live as it happens.
Now, within the past hour, U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem wrapped up a news conference on nationwide illegal immigration enforcement. Here's a little bit of what she said.
The Trump administration is using every single tool that we have to protect the American people. Sanctuary policies, whether they're here in New York City, whether they're in California, Illinois, or Minneapolis, if you are a criminal, illegal alien, we are coming to get you. We will arrest you. We will bring justice, and we will also bring safety to the American people.
So you heard the brief mention of Minneapolis. So we've got Team
I'd
coverage
like to know
of
where
this
they've
big
been
story.
and why they're not out
Curley,
on the
Kelsey
streets
Christensen,
investigating all of
both
these
live
people that
outside
are
the Whipple
harassing
Federal Building.
and
This is
inciting
near the
violence on
Minneapolis
law
St. Paul
enforcement
International
officers right
Airport.
now. They're
That's where a
allowing
clash
this
involving protesters and
situation to be
federal agents
volatile.
broke
They're
out
not
about
doing their work. They
7:45
haven't for
this
years. So
morning.
maybe
We
they
do
should
want
get
to
to work
start
a
with
little bit
Kelsey, see the
on
very latest
the
going on
There
right
is some
now.
rotation there.
fraud that we've seen in Minnesota and
Yeah,
in
things have
Minneapolis
really been
by people that
changing
stole from
moment by
American
moment
citizens
since that
and
time.
diverted
It
funds
was supposed to be
away
a peaceful
from vulnerable
protest
people
starting out
and
at 7
programs and
o'clock this morning,
services
but
that
I
they
want to
needed
show
and
you
put it into their
what's
own
going on
pockets.
here right
Minnesota's
now.
a train
So
wreck.
if we look to the
It is
right here,
corrupt,
these are
and it
two
was under the leadership of
counter-protesters
Governor
fighting with
Walz and
the
this
original
mayor, that they
protesters
allowed it to happen,
coming
and
out
they
to
let
show
criminals
their
and
support for
illegals
Renee Good.
and
But if
people
we
abuse
start here,
programs
look on
and steal
the
the
far
money,
side, if we
and now
push
they're
in,
allowing violence
and then
to
if
go
we
forward
pan
on the
all
streets
the
as
way
well.
to the left, you're going to see these federal agents, Border Patrol, ICE agents lining the street completely here. I'd say there are about 100 to 150. That has been the case here for the last several hours. They're creating a barrier so that protesters don't move over up to the federal building, which is right there, which is where federal agents primarily operate out of. So about 15 minutes ago, we did see federal agents throw a protester to the ground. We know that a few of the protesters have been detained. Witness gave me video. Let's go ahead and show you some video. What happened earlier, and I'll walk you through what exactly is going on here. So at about 7 o'clock this morning, hundreds of people gathered across the street from the federal building, talking about safety is important to them. You're seeing those protesters being detained. They're right there in that video, saying that safety is important, talking about de-escalation topics. Then those hundreds of protesters came and lined the street again across the street from the federal building. They were not on their property, but as soon as federal agents started coming into work through the gates, that's when the crowd really got ramped up, screaming at the federal agents to leave Minnesota, that they want them to be arrested, screaming profanities. And then once that happened, the crowd rushed over. Excuse us, let's move down here a little bit. The counter-protesters are coming at us a bit. Once that happened, the protesters, hundreds of them, stormed up to the fence as close as they could get without crossing over to the gate to the federal building. We saw about a dozen federal agents come out then, dressing in full riot gear, getting ready to protect the barrier. That's when we saw over at this gate here, if we can take us live again, this gate to the federal building, protesters starting pushing up towards that. I didn't see everything because we were on the other side. We had to run over to try and catch a lot of this action. It was a huge protest. We're working to kind of sift through everything. But that's when federal agents encroached upon them. And now you're seeing hundreds of people out here, so from a dozen federal agents to hundreds.
Have a good one, Gator. We'll see you later, buddy.
Of some of those
Hope you'll see you tonight.
I saw several people tackled to the ground by federal agents. We also, I went up to one of the scenes that we're trying to get
I can put the guy in the sweatshirt on. Hold on.
And the agents sprayed pepper balls all around. We all had to run away. Tear gas was deployed at one point.
But all of us are on the same page in the fact that this law enforcement officer
body armor underneath smocks. Even the ICE people, I don't remember them wearing all this gear a few years ago, right? They went and got criminals in high risk areas. Why are they wearing all this stuff? They're wearing shit like they're in the Stack and Ranger Regiment and they're going in on a
some
fucking
other detainments as well that weren't even on the property. So we're still working to figure out exactly what was going on there. But clearly, so much emotion, so much anger coming.
These guys aren't
really
with TAG.
From
They're not with anyone.
Protesters,
Come on with the rolling.
There's some guys that should be like that. They should be highly trained, but they should be on the border fighting the cartels. Why are they?
Also, we know the federal agents have a job to keep
here
pushing,
intimidating local Minnesotans.
Seems like anger really coming from many
There's
sides
no reason.
here as tensions are running high. I did also speak to many protesters.
No, go ahead. I'll let you go. That's it. Yes.
A few of these
Nice
federal agents and
to
asked
meet you.
them
I've
if
seen
they
you.
would share
I've
their
watched
side
you in Mercado.
what just happened and why they were tackling people to the
When
ground. I'm going to show you that.
Give me 1 second, guys. I got to change the
When the
battery.
riots
Hold
did
on.
come, he was there. He was when my sister's house almost got started on fire. And Mercado was telling people, stop. Get away, stop. This is bullshit. Yeah. So.
You told me.
Yeah.
To rescue it.
So I
They had
did reach out.
rescue the cat out. My sister was getting all her kids in her van.
I know that our reporter Eric
Yeah, that happened.
spoke to the head of, I believe it's Border Patrol out here, and still no comment back on what took place out here this morning. There's a whole lot of video of everything. We've been here all morning capturing video, but cell phones, as we know, caught the video of the shooting yesterday. They've caught so much of this protest out here today. A lot of people really in violent situations being thrown to the ground. Something that we're watching here very closely, again, really a developing situation since about 7:45 this morning. So we'll check back with another report in about a half hour. But yeah, about half of the protesters also did leave, I want to mention. There were about 300 to 400 here, I'd say, early this morning. And one of the organizers asked everyone to leave for their safety. However, we're still seeing about 100 to 150 protesters that decided to stay. We're still seeing them right here. Things remaining mostly peaceful at this moment, but again, that could change any minute. So we'll check back here in about a half hour.
Okay, Kelsey Christensen, we've been with you all morning, and yeah, you can hear that crowd. It changes moment by moment. The team coverage continues right now. Bailey Hurley, who is also there at the Whipple Federal Building, of course, this near Fort Snelling and the airport as well.
And Bailey's been working to get some reaction as all of this unfolds. So, Bailey, what are you hearing on your side here?
Leopold, we've heard from several protesters now this morning, all of them emphasizing really the same thing. They say this started as a peaceful protest early this morning, and they say the only reason that this went sideways is because of these ICE and Border Patrol agents, again, pointing the finger. They are the reason that things got out of hand. Some witnesses even telling us that they saw several people get handcuffed, thrown to the ground, handcuffed, and then brought inside the federal building. Take a listen here.
We were standing there protesting peacefully, and they just bum rushed everyone and put that guy on the ground and arrested him.
They do not care. They do not care about following the law. They do not care about peace. They do not care about anything. They are here to brutalize people.
So now this video you're seeing here on your screen now, this is from a witness this morning showing just some of the violence that played out here. A lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, protests.
Come on.
Organizers, again, Kelsey mentioned this a bit ago, working to get people out of here and back to their neighborhoods. These organizers saying that's important because people need to continue watching out for ICE agents in their local communities, their local neighborhoods. Those organizers, though, with this message for Minnesotans. Take a listen.
Sometimes we've wondered what would I do when, what would I have done in the civil rights movement, or what would I have done when the Nazis were coming to power in Germany. And today, we know.
Oh, listen to these people.
We're still working to learn just how many people were arrested, if so, what their charges are, anything else that is related to this. So we'll let you know as soon as we do get more information on that, Lee and Paul.
Okay, Bailey Hurley, thank you. We do have new information right now on this investigation into what happened. It is being led solely by the FBI. It was just late this morning, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension announced it would be withdrawing from this investigation.
Let's break this down. They released a lengthy statement. Here's what it says. They say they did respond to the scene. They began coordinating investigative work with the FBI. But then in part, the Minnesota BCA says, quote, later that afternoon, the FBI informed the BCA that the U.S. Attorney's Office had reversed course. The investigation would now be led solely by the FBI. The BCA would no longer have access to the case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. The BCA added, quote, without complete access to the evidence, witnesses, and information collected, we cannot meet the investigative standards that Minnesota law and the public demands. As a result, the BCA has reluctantly withdrawn from this investigation. The BCA does add it expects the FBI to conduct a thorough and complete investigation and share files with appropriate prosecutorial authorities at both state and federal levels. This is an FBI investigation. It is not a Minnesota investigation now. Another update for you here, this coming from Minneapolis Public Schools. They have canceled classes today and tomorrow in the school.
Hey guys, so here comes those buses and the vans that I'm pretty sure those are the same ones that left there
related to the
that
incidents
we're
yesterday
bringing the
around
detainees
city
to
of
the
Minneapolis. So the
airport,
shooting of
which is
ICE agent number
something
one
that we
in
have
Minneapolis, ICE agents showing up in other places.
and now they're
Minneapolis
empty.
Public School District decided that all schools, not just right there in that immediate area, but the entire Minneapolis public schools, tomorrow have canceled classes.
You know, there are, of course, sharp divisions between federal and local authorities when it comes to the interpretations of what happened. We're seeing this.
We do know the rules guiding agents' actions. Nationwide, we know this marks the 9th shooting by immigration officers across the country since September. Immigration officers firing at least 9 people in 5 states and Washington, D.C. And officials say that all the shootings happened while people were in vehicles. Here's what we know about Homeland Security's policy regarding these types of situations. And the official policy for agents states that agents are authorized to use deadly force only if they have a reasonable belief that there is an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. But agents are also expected to avoid putting themselves in those kinds of situations if at all possible.
This is ridiculous.
Here's Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, who was on CNN last night saying the city's officers are trained differently.
And the way that training has been going for many, many years, and certainly in the last 5 years, especially in this city, which did burn 5 years ago, police officers have been trained with a very, very strong emphasis on de-escalation.
So the FBI is leading this investigation now at the federal level. And they had initially been working with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension
All right,
at the
guys,
state
we're gonna
level,
keep
but
this
now
going,
it's just the FBI. Hennepin County Prosecutor Mary
for a
Moriarty
little
says
while
that her
longer.
office has jurisdiction over the case, but has not made any charging decisions. So there are going to be some discussions around who is in charge of these investigations. Those will continue. We also want to show you this. Across the country, protests are happening. Last night, people gathered at Foley Square in New York. They are calling for changes to immigration enforcement. People also took the streets in Portland, Oregon, in Seattle, and in Chicago, demanding accountability. More demonstrations are expected in the days ahead here as the investigation continues. We are watching demonstrations in the Twin Cities today as well.
And of course, as all of this happens, we want you to trust us. We are on top of it. In the days, the hours, and the weeks ahead, we have lots more ahead for us here. You can.
All right, guys, I'll say it again. If you are not a member of Status Quo, please consider becoming a member. We can only do this. This work is only possible with your support, your help, because we don't take any corporate funding. All right, we stay true and honest to the real work. We are journalists with integrity here at Status Quo, unlike all those other right-wing content creators. So please.
I love when someone comes on and says, yeah, we're not like all the right-wing media. Most media is left-leaning. That's the thing. Most media. You've got Fox. You got the the Wall Street Journal. You've got Newsmax. You've got a few on the right, but for the most part, literally just about everything is on the left. All of your networks, all of your mainstream media, almost nearly every single newspaper. It always leans left. And then you hear people on the left talking about how they can't believe that all the right-wing media, that all the media is slanted right. Wow, I got to tell you, that's incredible. That's incredible because it's not just not reality; it's the opposite of reality. I mean, unless he's talking about just like Fox News, which it is true that Fox does garner about half of the news business when it comes to national news. Well, that's pretty much what they do. They argue, but they don't ever have facts or anything like that. So, all right, well, we're going to continue to watch all this. We've got, I'm looking for more feeds right now. In the meantime, we are watching, continuing to watch one tornado warning there. And I've got that up on the screen. I'll leave that for a few minutes there. And I am researching now to see if I can find additional feeds. something was gumming the computer up, and I think I got it clear. This is a Ryzen 9 computer built on a gaming platform. I built it myself. It's got all the latest everything. It's got all kinds of everything, and it's still this is still quite the challenge for it sometimes to composite all of these different videos here. This is all done right here locally in my computer, so
Very mild, in fact. Yeah, Jonathan, it's going to change though.
It is going to change this weekend. The bigger change is after about the 17th of January. So mark that date down. That looks like we're going to do some really cold air for a while. But for now, temperatures running above average. However, the weather is not being so great. We still have a lot of slick spots out there. We had frost on top of refreeze this morning, and that really made for a slippery morning. Now, temperatures have been above freezing for a while.
okay, so we'll dip back in on that local there once they get back to some programming there. All right, so I think that might be what's bogging me down too. So I need to reset that screen. All right, so we're doing that now, and let's continue to find. I'm going down here trying to find some additional. Oh, is this Fox 9? Who is this? Yeah, Fox 9. Oh boy. Computer's getting sluggish. All right, let's see here. Oh, that's already got that in it. Okay, there we go. I believe this is it's saying this is Minneapolis in the big screen there. Oh, there's so many of these spoofing out here that are just playing shit from earlier. And sometimes they do carry live content, but a lot of times it's not. And and you never know when it is and when it isn't. You have to look at it and see, have I seen this before? Here, let me put that on the big screen there. All right, so there's what we've got there. I think that screen there, I think that's going to be, that's the protest right there going on. What a mess. Oh my God, there's so much of this fake shit on here. Okay, that's the live aerials that we've got. See if we can get some natural sound here.
Who gave you the option to compromise your license plate, bro? That was the lamest thing ever. I wonder what you're gonna fucking do in there. What you're gonna do wild? Yeah, on the border. Y'all better not be making no plans that
6 years ago, and that.
It's nap time, boys. Get back inside. It's nap time. Pack it the fuck up. And while you're at it, bring out that stupid bitch that better fucking tag me for the work I did today. Alright? I know I'm fucking cool.
They'll give a bullhorn to anybody.
You got it, tag us in the Instagram post. Who's the social media manager? Hate bitches around here. The post should be us, not y'all. Fuck y'all. Isn't that crazy that you're gonna have to get used to this?
Oh, looks like we lost our aerials. I swear that chopper just got there. I'm going to stay with it for a few minutes because we might be going from one place to another.
Hey, I see a car's headlights behind you. I need everybody to start looking behind you. Yep. Make sure there's no domestic terrorists behind you. According to procedure, you must draw your weapon on all vehicles headed towards you. Oh, look at him. Someone get that shit on recording. That shit was not for you, pussy. That shit was not for you. Oh, you don't even know what he did, bro. Oh, he's fucking flirty. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You guys don't care about dead mothers?
You guys don't care about dead mothers. Do you think those cops went to work that day and saying, man, I hope some mother pulls her car and tries to drive into me so I can shoot her in the face?
We all see you. We all
Idiot.
do. Everybody. It's not just Minnesota. It is not just Minnesota. You got all eyes on you. That's why you got your mask on. You know this thing you're doing is illegal. You know y'all look like that. So lay into it. You laugh at it. These motherfuckers don't have a house, don't have houses. Watch out! Hey! Everyone
Jesus. Oh, here we go. God bless. Oh, for God's sake.
Are you gonna get that roast to your grinder?
Hey, that shit's gonna go fucking cold. You ain't gonna get no light. Yeah.
That sucks. We just lost that one.
Yeah. Hey, don't put your hands on me, bro. I ain't doing all that shit.
What's your name? Keep walking. Get back. Hey. Good job. Good section. Get good. Get good. Hey. Way to go.
Well, I think the crazies come out of the woodwork. Holy shit. I'm looking for feeds. Here we're getting to that point where all the dieharders that started streaming an hour and a half ago are all running out of battery right now. So I am endeavoring to get more streams. As I get more streams, I will be putting them up. If I can find enough streams, I'll even replace the window that I'm in with one. And just real quick here, a quick transition. If you guys are not familiar with us, this is StarShip Adventures. My name's Ian. I'm here with my co-host, Mama Bleep the Kitty, and we are doing live coverage of these protests with secondary coverage on the severe weather that's moving in across the Mississippi Valley. So we're going to be covering all that, and we'll be here until 2 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern for coverage on into the night. So stay with us. My name's Ian. This is StarShip Adventures. Please give us a subscribe. We do this all the time, and we'd love to be your source when things when anything like this happens, whether it be hurricanes or civil unrest or whatever. All right, so stay with us. My name's Ian. We'll be back. Actually, we're going to stay live now. This is wall-to-wall coverage here on StarShip Adventures.
What happened? He grabbed the cell phone and threw it.
Why can't I hear Tampon Tim?
Renee's 6-year-old child and wife, other things being done. I would encourage Minnesotans and
okay, here we go with the bull crap. Here we go.
Moment, you're seeing neighborliness and kindness rise to the occasion. Is go and find out what they're doing there and give some help if you can. I'd also say last night we saw Minnesotans meet the moment once again. Thousands of Minnesotans demonstrated
Ladies and
last
gentlemen,
night peacefully.
Tampon Tim.
They shared a message about the reckless ICE mobilization not keeping us safe, and led to the tragedy that the world witnessed once again. To Minnesota, I say thank you. There's strength in numbers, there's power in peace, and what we saw was a beautiful vigil to a life that we're starting to learn more about. And I will let those that want to push out false narratives, to slander or defame Renee Good, Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor.
Do they ever do this for their cops when they're stricken down in the line of
and
duty?
See this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw.
Where's his jazz
We've
hands
also spent a lot
today?
of time talking the last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are non-partisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination trusting of law enforcement or government have come to see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because
because you've done so well up till now.
Power have already passed judgment from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem.
So he wants to have his own people root out the corruption. This is the guy that's not rooted out any corruption ever.
They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that
the one that ran over the cop, is that the one?
I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers
you're the good guy, Tim.
is a thorough investigation by non-partisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it.
Really?
We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows, globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed. We built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis after Derek Chauvin
How's that
murdered
going?
George Floyd. And he's earned that. And he's leveled. And he's fair. And he's asking for that. And so Minnesotans, I
He
will
should turn
continue
himself
to
in.
press
That's a good start.
That we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that we're going to be fair. With that being said, Minnesotans, we've risen to the occasion so far, but it's going to get challenging. It's going to be challenging because I feel your anger. The human desire to lash out in this moment is very real. I can tell you that that is the wish of many people, that they fulfill the wish they want to see us turn on one another, turn towards violence rather than peaceful reconciliation, rather than peaceful civil disobedience. And we have to do our best to not play into that. I say this too when I saw yesterday some of the anger. Whether it's Minneapolis Police, Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard, they are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect.
He's a birthday clown. Jazz hands.
Throwing your anger at them only inflames this situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself. Thank you. Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us to capitulate. The way we give them what they want is allow them. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days and the coming hours. Is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect all opinions. If this individual is there expressing support for ICE, that's their constitutional right to do so, and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that it just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher, to our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans. I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation.
Well, there you go. That was an abrupt ending there, Tim. I don't know if the feed got cut or what. Hello, Houston. I think we got a problem.
De-escalate this situation.
They paid the power bill. We're back.
I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts.
What's this we shit,
Batman?
Batman?
In defense of our democracy, because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate, it cannot happen. So I ask the grass-top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the
grassroots
and
leaders,
many times
maybe?
the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground.
Maybe.
I beg you, implore you.
Oh, he's begging.
Follow those words of the leaders we've had. I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis. And John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not. on many times. I said, John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you want to lash out? He said, yes. But he said, I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to not lash out, to not give in to that. So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it through compassion. We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice.
We're going to win it when you resign.
Every one of these people accountable as they should for what we've seen on the streets of Minneapolis. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Jacobson to give you a situation update.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Governor.
Is that Charles Emerson Winchester?
Again, I'm Bob Jacobson, and it is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety. First of all, again, I want to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Renee Nicole Good. Someone has lost their life.
Hey, Tommy, thanks for joining the crew.
It's not something that anyone takes lightly. Minnesotans came out yesterday to express their grief, their frustration, and their anger at this terrible tragedy. I expect that they will continue to come out today. And I want to thank everyone who demonstrated peacefully. This helped honor Renee's memory and gave her family space to mourn. Minnesota's residents and visitors have the right to demonstrate and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I want to remind everyone that there are safe ways to do so. Our goal is to reduce tensions, to avoid conflict, and to maintain a calm environment. As I mentioned yesterday, we recommend the following safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Please get together peacefully with others in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. March or walk together in pedestrian areas, please, not on the roadways. Make your voice
God. What would we do without this guy
chants,
telling us this?
Speeches.
I had no idea. I always just walk down the middle of the road.
There are a few things
Of course, he is talking to these
that
people.
are unsafe. Because as always, our top priority is public safety, and we cannot allow behaviors that create hazards, threaten public safety, or disrupt emergency services or endanger people nearby. That would include certainly demonstrating on the freeway, walking on highways, throwing objects, setting things on fire, property damage, graffiti, fireworks, illegal weapons, reckless and dangerous driving, or assaultive or aggressive behavior. I know that we all want more definitive answers about that fatal shooting.
Little Timmy Tampon.
Yesterday. And as we are able to get those answers and dispel rumors and false information, then we can rightfully honor Renee's memory.
Yeah, that's fine,
and help
Tommy.
her
That's
family,
perfectly fine.
loved ones, and our community here.
Absolutely.
With that, I'll turn it back to Governor
You want to get with me later? We'll collaborate, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, you can certainly restream me as long as I just let them know who I am. That's all I ask. All right.
I have not. As I said yesterday, I did speak to Secretary Noem and received a lot of talking points. I will note that I asked Secretary Noem how she would have felt if President Biden had sent 2,000 troops into Rapid City, South Dakota, and she said she would have welcomed them.
I don't think we need them
I
there.
leave that for the folks of South Dakota to determine. I've not spoken to the president. I would ask him first of all the goal here is to make America safe, is what he said. There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer. I would ask him to de-escalate in the moment, to allow Minnesotans to back up and grieve, to allow this investigation to be played out by the rule of law. I said it again, I have not passed any judgment on this. And to please, whatever it is, leave Minnesota alone.
Oh, God, here we go. Leave Minnesota alone. We're victims
Earlier this
here.
week, I don't know if it was if something he wanted or I've already made it clear. I'm exiting the stage here in a year. But I told him I have a year to continue to do what I love dearly and what I believe I've been good at,
God,
making
another year of this
Minnesota
shit.
a better place to live. The number of calls we got today of parents asking if they should send their kids to school or not. Minneapolis had to make what I believe is the absolute correct decision to cancel school.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, for God's sake.
I would just ask him, I'm not talking anything about border security. I'm not talking anything about what he needs to do on that. None of this is accomplishing either his mission or making us any safer. So just give us a pause. Let us breathe. Look, we're exhausted. We're exhausted as Minnesotans, we're exhausted as Americans, and this relentless assault on Minnesota for whatever reason is just cruel now. It has reached cruelness. So please, just give us a break. And if it's me, you're already getting what you want. But leave the people
Are we
alone.
really?
Leave
You're getting
our
what
state
you want. I'm
alone.
quitting.
and look again and see what's happening. It's not me saying it. You're hearing it from many, many others. So that's what I would say.
Conducting an independent investigation of this, even if the federal government does not want to have it.
So, great question.
I'm still here, guys. I'm
We
just
have
filling my
asked
spot.
for
Let me go ahead and
cooperation from
I can get another
the federal
screen up
government.
here.
We were invited in to do a joint investigation on this initially. We continue to work with the federal government all the time on joint investigations. This is not something new, whether it be with the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies. So we are accustomed to doing joint
You're
investigations.
attacking his family,
As the
you
governor
Nazis.
mentioned, our force investigative unit.
I didn't know we had any
within the
Nazis in here.
BCA, has a stellar reputation for doing quality.
You're certainly welcome,
investigations
even
for
Nazis,
finding the
I guess.
answers
I
to
mean,
the
why not?
questions that people have. There
We
are
let
so
the
many
far
questions
left in.
out there that I know the
We let the
public
far
has
right
from
in.
watching
We might as well
what's,
let the Nazis in,
been
too.
shown on social media. And,
It is 99%
regular
white
media.
people protesting.
And
That
the
is a good
goal
observation,
for me
neighbor.
would
You're
be to
absolutely
provide
correct.
an investigation, preferably in tandem with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because we work with them all the time, and they are in. They do have all the evidence and the original investigative notes and reports. We have none of that. They have shared.
Who's attacking whose family?
We would welcome
Who's playing the
opportunity
Nazi
to
today?
jump
I
back
forgot.
in, to do that investigation, use our high-quality investigators from the DCA to be able to do that with them, to find the answers that the public deserves. Without
Oh
any of
God,
that
could you imagine?
without
And
any
and not only would he be VP, but he would be VP under the most shallowest president we probably ever would have had. A woman that's just literally an idiot. That couldn't have a deep conversation about anything. Her refusal to be interviewed is proof of that. I'd love to go on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. Are you kidding me?
To be able to file state charges, we would need, again, a full investigation, which would include...
Look at Tampon Tim back there. He's dropped like 30 pounds since all this shit started. He's not eating at night. He's a little gaunt. I think that...
I don't make any prejudgments about what happened.
I don't know. Sometimes these speeches are worth watching just for the person that's doing the blind stuff up there, the deaf stuff. That's really cool. The sign language. But yeah, look at Tim. He's like.
What I will say though is that unless we do that thorough investigation,
he don't look good, dude. I don't think he's eating.
Unless we have access to.
I tend to agree, Trailer. Trailer Swift. I love it. I tend to agree.
A quality investigation for any prosecutor to be able to make a determination as to whether or not someone should be charged with a crime.
And you guys know he announced a few days ago he's not running anymore. That's great.
No one less than Tom Homan yesterday said it would be unprofessional to pass judgment ahead of time. Now, the disconnect between what Tom Homan said and Kristi Noem said needs to be rectified by the federal government. I will note, too, this is a question I asked, not being an attorney of my team, and it will go to the family, that there will certainly be civil cases filed on this, and those will be filed in Minnesota court and the open court. Corin?
Well, I think what I'm confused about is they're out here protesting the arresting and and deporting of illegals, but I don't see any. There's not a lot of ethnicity being represented out here. Very few Hispanics. I don't know. It's a weird thing. These are all white liberals. Most of them have money. Yeah, sometimes they're handed a sign and they can't even explain what the sign they're holding says. It's funny.
The logical conclusion would be to follow that procedure and allow Minnesota to participate. And that's where we started yesterday, and it's one of the reasons I came out here, and I'm not going to criticize that.
Okay, so they're fighting over whose jurisdiction this is to investigate the shooting. Because Minnesota wants to investigate the shooting because they're going to find that cop guilty. And the federal government wants to investigate the shooting because they're going to find that woman, obviously, as it being her fault.
By not allowing Minnesota to participate and the
By not allowing Minnesota to participate. You're biased, Boner.
very dangerous situation. And that's why, once again, I'm going to reiterate to our federal partners, simply let us be part of this. Use our
Yeah, he's not out in the snow
They will gain
protesting.
the credibility and the trust of Minnesotans to believe the work that you're doing is honest and it's not just a whitewash to backfill a predeceived notion. So, I got 10.
ISIS fucking murdered American civilians.
Yeah, it's interesting. You could ask that. We were just as we were coming in here discussing with someone.
He keeps getting lower and lower. We're not going to be able to hear him before long.
The Little Rock folks about escorting people in. We have not determined that yet, but it is a situation that we're going to have to explore. As I said again, the thing that cut me deeply was watching what happened in our schools and the chaos. And I was on with Commissioner Jett this morning as he's talking to folks from St. Cloud to Duluth about what they think about today. Should we be in classes today and tomorrow in those schools, or does it pose a potential risk? And so we're trying to figure that out. I think many of the things and the lessons we learned during COVID is local communities and local schools being able to make some of these decisions in the long run probably gets us better outcomes, but we are deeply concerned with that. I'm going to come back as soon as we get any more information from all of you. We'll be in front of you again. I will reiterate, and many of you know my wife Gwen, the First Lady, is an English and literature teacher, and we were talking about some of this, and she got asked the question, and it was being read, when will all of this end? And what Gwen said, it will end when enough people say it will end. And I think that is sage advice. And then I couldn't help but thinking, and it scares me a little bit, I heard those words. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, when we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive. It certainly feels like that in this moment, and so I want Minnesotans to not believe that I'm telling you not to be angry, not to be scared, not to be feeling a little bit hopeless in this moment. But I would also say this, and I saw it last night, I saw it during George Floyd, I've seen it throughout our history. When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation. On that July 3rd, 1863. And I think now we may be in that moment that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, to hold the line on decency, to hold the line on accountability, and more than that, to rise up as neighbors and simply say, we can look out for one another. We can have differences. But we've proved to the world going on 250 years that our democracy could hold. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points. It's simply asking our government.
We're about to get the bad guy out.
Listen to local leaders. Ratchet down the rhetoric. Let people feel safe in their person. And let's let our kids go to school without fear. Let's let our kids go to school knowing that tomorrow could be a little better day. And so we're going to work on that. I'll leave you with this, and I'm not sure when we'll get in front of you next, but to Minnesotans, again, just one last time, don't give them what they want. Don't give them the unrest that they want. Don't give in to allowing them to bring more folks in here. Don't allow them to expand this somewhere else. Rise up, wrap your arms around your neighbors, peacefully express your First Amendment and your constitutional rights, and let's start healing, get some answers, and move Minnesota forward. Thank you.
Wow. Holy shit. What a douchebag, dude. That guy is a douchebag.
And knowing is half the battle.
Wow, dude. What a doucher. Holy crap. Man.
Come on, man.
Seriously.
That is a low blow.
Yes. I think we all are a little more stupid for having listened to that, and I apologize for my part in it. That would be funny. Just give them free liquor. Hey, Carlotta, what's up? Uh-oh. What we got going on? That's father, sister. Father's, would she be father, sister, something?
Alright, so they are tear gassing everyone.
I don't know how that works. All right, let's be nice. I don't know what she's doing. It's probably going to be ignorant, so let's listen in.
This is not federal property. It's Hennepin County's job to arrest us if we're in the street. Do you understand? It is Hennepin County's job to arrest us if we're in the street.
Oh my God, they're arguing about whose property it is. Oh.
This is fucking totally legal. This is actually Minnesota State Metro. Stupid cunts. Read the law, please. At least read the fucking law. I do not like this. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Hey, 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 leave her alone. You have them in that shit. A former FBI fucking agent.
Innovation, research, and teaching. And it's all right here at StarShip. And that was a tremendous job.
There's more space over there.
No one can understand how
Shit.
These are our streets.
I pay my taxes.
Where do you pay taxes? Go back there.
It's federal taxes, you stupid woman. Federal taxes. And boy, your state gets a lot of federal taxes. Let's just talk about that for a minute.
Would you rather go home? Would you rather go home? Or would you rather uphold the Constitution like we're doing?
She's speaking now. I don't know if I can hear her.
Under whose authority?
We're not getting any sound on that. That sucks.
Tom Holman? What a piece of dog shit he is. And the puppy killer? Oh, come on. She can't even tell the truth. You guys are following Christians home. Oh, it's so cool. It's not a fucking game. People
I'm going to reset it. I don't know. There's no sound on it.
This is live.
let me check something. It may be only on one side. They're bad about this. 4B.
This is not democracy. Democracy isn't a bunch of thugs coming around here.
Using ICE, shot and killed Renee Good.
Oh, here we go. They did it because they hated her.
Renee was 37 years old. A mother, a U.S. citizen, a Minnesotan, a legal observer, a woman who
You're not a legal observer if you're driving up in this shit.
Dignity, safety. She was not armed. She was not a threat. She was standing for freedom. And the federal government answered her courage with a bullet.
Oh, give me a break. That's such a skewed point of view. That is so incredibly skewed, it's ignorant.
Clear that was not an accident. It was murder.
Oh, come on.
Execution.
One could argue on the other side it was attempted murder.
This was also a very predictable outcome. An outcome by an agency operating with masked, unaccountable militia.
Not true.
Unleashed by a MAGA administration.
Oh, here we go.
That has treated Minnesota like an occupied territory.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've stormed into Minnesota and took all their resources.
Has escalated harassment, terrorized our neighbors, come after immigrant families, intimidated Muslim leaders.
Oh, she had AI write this.
Parents, and now has taken the life of an American citizen in public view in broad daylight.
No, that's the best fucking memory we can have for Renee Good. She's an ICE observer just like her. Just like her.
Scripture in the Bible, it says.
Well, I want her to quote the part in the Bible about lying and shit.
Belongs to DHS, to ICE, and to those in Congress who refuse to hold them accountable. And so we have our demands.
Oh, here we go.
Clergy, hundreds of clergy across this state who have gathered together across faith traditions are standing with the rest of Minnesotans saying not again.
Really?
We have three demands in this moment. One, that the ICE officer who shot Renee Good must be arrested, charged, and prosecuted.
For what? She hit him with the car. She hit him. That innocent woman that did nothing wrong ran over a cop. My God, this is laughable.
must release the evidence to Minnesota law enforcement so that they can actually investigate.
Yeah, like you'd get a fair investigation there.
ICE must immediately.
Hey, Desta, thanks for joining the crew.
Operations in the state of Minnesota.
The best thing they can come up with.
ICE has proven
I hope the vagina hats show up.
Incompetent and incapable completely of respecting human dignity or human rights or the Constitution. And so they must leave the state.
Yeah, because she's leading the echo chamber right now.
Demand is
Here
that
we go.
call on Minnesota's congressional delegation and the United States Congress. This is your job.
Is it really?
I'll say it again. This is your job.
Straight up?
Oversight is not optional. Oversight is not optional. Step in and investigate.
Oversight would have prevented all this shit to begin with.
Accountable, so that we don't lose another life.
They wouldn't know accountability if it ran them over, like she did the police officer.
Every person listening, I encourage you to contact your congressional leadership and let them know that ICE has no place here. Let them know that this must be investigated and prosecuted. Let them know that the FBI must release the information to the BCA here in Minnesota so that they can do an investigation without federal impediment. All of our faith traditions here represent love and compassion and justice and peace.
And bullshit.
And we come not just in peace, but demanding it. And to demand
there
peace,
you go, Lambert.
in the scriptures it says, peace, peace, when there is no peace. To demand peace means that you must demand justice. That means that ICE needs to go.
She ain't praying, she's bitching.
As people of faith, we stand together. As people of faith here, we stand together. We stand here with community.
Really?
We stand here because we know that when violence happens, we cannot be silent. When our neighbors are hunted, we do not hide. We organize. And so Renee Good stood for her neighbors. We now will stand for her. We call the public to join us. Clergy and community together until accountability is real, until justice is real and visible, and Minnesota is free from this terror. Can you all hear me clearly? All right, I am going to now introduce our next speaker.
My name is Martha Bardwell. I serve as the pastor at Our Savior Lutheran Church right here in South Minneapolis. And today,
they don't got no
I am
dude
feeling
preachers up
heartbroken
there.
for our community here in Minneapolis and for our nation as a whole. Right here on this block, children who attend my church catch the bus every morning for school.
Fly Guy, your problem is not with the officer, your problem is with training, and your problem is with legislature and the people that make the laws.
That I dearly love, they are recovering from trauma.
He followed his training. I'm a former police officer. He followed his training.
And all our children in Minneapolis, they're not catching the bus.
She drove at him. She made all the bad decisions that day. Don't forget that. She made all the bad decisions that day.
To keep them safe.
She wouldn't have been there if she didn't.
To keep them safe. To keep them safe from our own government. How messed up is that? I had to have a conversation with my 8-year-old and my 11-year-old this morning about why schools can't.
Wow, this little girl's a preacher
So
too.
wrong. This Sunday, my congregation, along with many Christian churches around
I mean,
the world,
think about, there's no
will celebrate
12-year-old
the
girls that are
baptism of
preachers in my town. That's pretty open, right?
And we will anchor our souls and our minds and our strength in the story of God's beloved Son, Jesus. And we
Oh, here
will
we.
anchor
She's
our
going to talk
souls
about
in our
Jesus
own baptismal
while she's
call,
wearing
which
like gay
is
stuff. That's
crystal
weird.
clear. We are called to love
I always
God.
wonder how this jives
We
in
are
these
called
people's
to love
minds.
our neighbors as ourselves.
How does it jive?
We are called to work for justice and peace and to serve all people following the example
Yeah,
of
it's,
Jesus.
when the left brings out clergy, you're in trouble.
And
Because they're all
welcome,
atheists.
stranger. Amen. Yes. Every time we gather as a community around the baptismal font, I as pastor get to address the congregation and I say to them, do you renounce evil and the forces that defy God? And the congregation with one voice responds, we renounce them. Let's say that again. We renounce them. Today we stand together across
one more
faith
time,
and race
please.
and culture as leaders in this community, and we say with one voice, we renounce this evil. We renounce this evil. We reject government terror.
Yeah, the evil of driving at police officers with a deadly weapon. We renounce the evil.
We reject the violent tactics of this federal surge of ICE presence that's already led to the loss of life. Nobody should be shot trying to stand up for their neighbors. Nobody.
Oh my God, listen to the distortion.
We renounce this evil. We renounce this evil. As Minister Janae said, we need ICE out of Minnesota right now. We need the officers involved in this killing to be held accountable. ICE out now. ICE out now. ICE out now.
It's out now. We're so thrilled.
We're
so
Congress,
thrilled.
again, to do their job, to hold this administration accountable for the chaos and cruelty that they are wreaking in these streets. And to all of us in this nation, whoever you voted for, hear us. Hear us crying out in Minneapolis today.
I hear you whining.
And turn with us with commitment away from evil and towards the good. We remember Renee Good today, and every time we say her name, may her name remind us, may it anchor us in what our calling is here as people of faith and as people of goodwill and as neighbors.
She's a martyr, folks. She's a martyr. She's a martyr. She's a martyr.
Good, to hold fast to what is good. We need
Martyr, martyr, martyr.
Minnesota now. And until that moment comes, we will not be intimidated. We will continue to push back against this reign of terror. As clergy, as neighbors, as elected leaders, as Minnesotans, arm in arm.
Minnesotans. Hey, there's a
And when
man
the
preacher.
federal government sends agents of
He's pissed. Look at
cruelty,
him. He's going
we
to call
will be
Jesus
agents of
directly.
care
He is not happy.
and compassion. And when they send their agents of hate, we will be agents of love. When they send their agents of harm, we will be agents
Don't it
of
make you feel
healing.
fuzzy inside?
We will be a surge
Your ass.
of courageous nonviolence and love.
Oh, yeah. The
Join
violent
us.
people that are nonviolent. Those. Don't get them mixed up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maulid Ali. My name is Maulid Ali. I am the Imam of Abu Bakr Mosque here in South Minneapolis in this neighborhood.
They all got to get their advertisement in.
Today,
You can get, here's our website. Worship with us. We got a smaller
today I
bowl.
stand with faith leaders, united in grief and united in purpose. Yesterday morning, a mother was killed.
Heath, that's funny, dude. Seriously. I doubt it.
Her child deserves justice. Her family deserves justice. We demand accountability.
By the way, Comms Prepper is Heath. I call him by his first name. These names get screwed up in here. I don't know why.
This is a tragedy. In a broad daylight, on a
Yes,
residential street,
yes, Rusty. I agree.
she was shot and killed. This is not a war zone. This is our neighborhood. Look around.
Well, who's making it a war zone? Let's do the math.
Today we come together to reject division and fear.
We don't like a bunch of cops
Today
doing
we come
unruly shit,
together
so to prove the point, we're going to
say
come out and do a bunch
no
of
to
unruly
violence.
shit.
Today we come together to seek justice. For
That's just how
Renee Good.
ignorant this is.
Safety is not negotiable. Everyone in this city, everyone in this state deserves to feel safe. Every one of us, every family deserves to have a secure home. Every one of us, every child deserves to walk to school without fear. Last night,
Oh, he
I
gives the
received
same
a phone
sermon
call
every
from
weekend.
Minneapolis Public Schools. Today and tomorrow, Minneapolis schools are closed because our streets are not safe. Parents are afraid of sending their children outside. Families are afraid of going to work. Neighbors are afraid of opening their mailbox.
You know it's bad when the left brings out women preachers
This is not normal.
wearing LGBTQIA2S plus garb.
In a precarious moment like this, we choose unity over division, hope over despair, faith over fear. In a moment like this, there are some people who want to divide us, but we're united. There are some people who profit.
You should
from
support your
fear.
local Leering Center,
But
for
today we
sure,
come together to send a message
because Leering is so
of
important.
love, of hope, and unity. I believe this darkness will pass because we're optimistic, because we have people like you who stand up for justice,
Like me,
for truth. Today,
in the
is the
American
day that
way.
we send a message to everyone in this nation. That we're united.
Oh, we used that on my other show the other
We
day.
reject any
Awful.
dehumanization
Yeah.
of any
Ain't
person
it true?
in this city, in this state, or anywhere in our nation. As a Muslim leader and imam, my sincere condolences goes
No,
to
David, it's right versus wrong, buddy. That's the difference. It's right versus
our
wrong.
neighbors.
Okay? It's right
This
versus
is a
wrong.
time
It's freedom
that
and
we show
capitalism
compassion and
versus
mercy.
communism and socialism. It's right versus
All
wrong.
Minneapolis
It's
residents and
people who
neighbors,
are godly and
Minnesotans,
people who are not. It's good versus evil.
This
You
is
can
a
call it
time
whatever you want, but that's my
that we come
opinion.
together. This is a time that we show unity, and this is a time that we show people who we are as Minnesotans. We're united. We will never let anyone divide us. May God protect the city and the state of Minnesota and the nation, and may God comfort the grieving, and may He guide us all toward justice and peace. Thank you.
Did he just call somebody an asshole? I must have misunderstood what he said. He said somebody will get that asshole. I must have misheard him. It is. It's also normalcy versus non-normal. I mean, that's pretty much what it is, if you look at it.
I am Rabbi Tamar.
Right
McGill
versus wrong.
Williams,
I agree.
and I
Yep.
serve as senior rabbi at Beth Jacob Congregation in Mendota Heights. I don't know if I have ever felt this heartbroken and
She's a
this
Hobbit
proud
preacher.
at the same time. I am so proud to be part of the Minnesota faith community. Look around. Look at these people.
How is there this many leftists that are in the religion up there? The leftists down here don't even care about
My
religion.
tradition teaches that human life is so sacred, so valuable, that preserving life takes precedence over all of the other laws in the Torah.
I mean, look what we're talking
What
about
we
here. These
witnessed
people
yesterday,
protest because they want to
absolute
let illegal people
senseless
stay here that
and
are messing up our
tragic
economy.
Murder of a wife,
And what they're
a
protesting is
mother,
law and order. They're
a
protesting
caring
hundreds
neighbor.
of years of law and order.
Renee Nicole
And these are
Good,
the same people that are
who should have
protesting no
been
kings.
walking her son
They
into
protest
his bed
no
last
kings,
night.
no kings, no kings. They protest no kings. And then they turn around, these same people, and they protest, look what they did to what's his face in Venezuela. Oh my God, it's terrible. Look at this Maduro, it's terrible. Oh my God. He needs to be back in his house. He needs to be home. He needs to be back in power. He's a dictator. You just had a no kings rally, you ignorant morons. My Lord. They don't even listen to their own stupid bullshit.
need it now. We need the FBI to release evidence to Minnesota law enforcement, and we need it now.
Yeah, we need it now.
We need
when do we need it now?
demand
They need everything
that our
now.
elected
You notice that?
officials
Everything's now.
demand from the FBI that they release this evidence, and we need
They
it
don't get
now.
nothing now.
We need an administration that values human life.
Oh yeah, life's sacred unless you want to kill that little bastard in your stomach, then it's okay.
And security on our streets, and we need it now. In my tradition, we teach that
You talk
when
about some
somebody
heartless
has
people.
died, the appropriate thing
They can look you in the face and tell you, I'm for good. I'm for everybody getting along and everybody living their life the way they want to live it, and everybody being good little communists and socialists and all this. And it's like they're the same ones that are on their fourth abortion. You're not fooling me, and you're not going to fool somebody else when you get to the pearly gates, if you know what I mean. They always advertise. That's why I used to go to all the fire department funerals, and one of the things I was uncomfortable about was every time we went, the preacher had a 20-minute ad before we got to bury the guy.
In our community, for all the inhabitants.
And I do believe in Jesus. I do support churches. Please don't take me the wrong way. But that was always one thing that used to drive me nuts. But hey, you got to fill the pan. I get it.
My name is Reverend Dr. B. Chavez Russell, Senior Pastor of Greater Friendship Missionary Baptist Church.
Man, they're bringing out Christ today, boy.
Staple in South Minneapolis since 1959.
This is almost as bad when they pray to God that their team will win on football.
A church that exists because we as a community recognize that we got to come together and stand against anything that does not represent God.
I agree.
In John chapter 2, when Jesus walked into the temple during Passover, he became angry at the money changers and the sellers of the animals and the temple leadership for taking advantage of the people who simply just came to worship.
Yep.
In response, he didn't react in rage. But what he did was he intentionally braided a whip together. He braided a whip together to drive them out of the temple so that the temple could be used for its original purposes, and that's for worship. Now,
hey, Mary, thanks for joining the crew. Welcome aboard.
Made our community angry. And instead of reacting, that's what they want us to do. But let's be like Jesus and respond. Like Minister Janae Amari said, in righteous anger. And if we look around, and I'm from Mississippi, and what's so wonderful about the state of Minnesota is that it's so diverse. And all of us are from all different places. Celebrate that. I need you and you need me. And God has intentionally braided us together for his purpose and his will to drive out and turn over the tables of injustice, to turn over the tables of division and the tables of hate and the tables of untruth, tables that endanger our families and our communities and our futures, and replace them with tables of justice, tables of righteousness, tables of collaboration and peace and love and unity, so that we can all live out our
I think he forgot table of contents and field to
community.
table. I think he forgot
We pray
both of
for the
those.
family and the community of Renee Good that she was tragically taken from, and the community on this very block that we stay.
Mike.
And I pray
That's
we
funny.
are provoked to our purpose.
Asking for a friend.
Standing
I love
together
it.
for what is right. Not in the eyes of Republicans.
That's
not in
what
the
we
eyes
just
of
venture
Democrats or
here.
conservatives or liberals.
I know that
or
was
this
Macho Man Randy
administration or
Savage.
even
I'm
man.
sorry, it's the only one I know.
But in the divine eyes of God, as we continue to remain continue to do the good work that God has called us to do before the day that we were even born. And God has called us to this moment and right now. So I need somebody
That's
to
a good
repeat
point,
after me.
Rusty.
We are better together. We are
That's
better
some of the more intelligent shit we've heard all day here.
Amen.
To be honest, seriously. Yeah, I tend to agree, neighbor. When I'm speaking from the heart, I don't need an iPad or, in my case, an Android tablet.
Minneapolis. The history of our parish, like parishes across the state and indeed across this country, is the history of immigration.
Well, there you go.
Our parish was founded 130 years ago.
I don't think there's a crime to impersonate a preacher.
To this country.
I don't think.
And in recent decades has been sustained by Mexican and Latin American immigrants.
Still checking for protests in other
Communion,
places.
Therefore, has always been deeply concerned about the rights and the well-being.
Yeah, I know the Leering Center up there is
immigrants
closed,
and
but I'm
migrants
hoping they open a Leering
and
Center here
refugees.
so that we can raid and close it too.
Second only to their families, a faith community
Oh, God.
is home for so many immigrants.
Oh, they're pulling them all out. I'm expecting the man himself, Jesus Christ, to come walking out any minute now.
30 years. I would argue.
I mean, they're pulling out all the
month,
stops.
December,
Actually, I don't think
most
he would show up. He would say, "Look, no, I'm not.
we
I
have
don't do
ever
public events
experienced.
anymore, dude."
At a time when we would gather every evening for prayer and celebration to celebrate Our Lady of Guadalupe.
This is a
to
lot of
celebrate
religion for
Christmas.
people on the left.
Events
I mean, there's
were
a lot of them that are
canceled.
going to have sores in the
Church
morning. I mean, this is a lot of
was
religion
quiet.
for them.
Our families, as you know, were afraid to leave their homes. Not inconvenienced,
We need
by
nationwide Leering centers.
but harassed,
Federally
by
funded,
ICE,
of course.
terrorized by ICE, traumatized by ICE. These are not criminals. These are not threats to our community. These are really good.
Oh, God, here come the
people.
alligator tears. All units,
The best
stand by.
People I know.
Here comes the alligator tears. 3, 2, 1, go. He's verklempt.
In memory of Renee Good, and in the name of God.
Does this guy pray for anybody
this
else?
Cruelty must stop.
Mike, there is a lot of truth to that. I don't think that's absolute, but there's a lot of truth to it. Neighbor. That's funny. Yeah. Look, if
My name
you know how
is
you can tell a liberal's gaslighting, their lips are moving.
6 bishops in the Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Oh, here we go.
In the state
She
of
wears a
Minnesota,
collar
and
in
it is my
pink.
prayer
She's got
that
the whole
today
collar,
I can
though.
give you a word which will continue to sustain you in this
How do you
work.
pick which collar you wear? Is that like a
This
personal
is but
preference?
the beginning of what we have been called to do. And people, I want to tell you today that fear is a tool of the oppressor.
You are correct, Heath. Absolutely.
But hope is the antidote to fear. Hope is the...
You are absolutely right, Heath. Anyone that wants to self-deport, they will give you enough money that back in your country, you're going to be fairly well off for a year or two. $3,000 in some of these countries will buy you a house and a car. Okay, so it might be a good deal, and believe it or not, there's a lot of people taking them up on the deal.
A hope that we need not just for someday, but for this day. In the Christian tradition, that hope comes to us in the person of Jesus the Christ.
My God, they've turned to God. Oh my God, when the left turns to
Born
God,
of
they're in
a
trouble.
body, a baby's body, a human body, a to-be broken body. Hope comes in the flesh, And hope comes not just someday, hope comes this day.
Hope comes as long as you're out of the womb, because when you're still in the womb, there ain't much hope.
We confess this hope, and our scriptures teach us we have this hope as an anchor, so that we will not be swayed by
The scariest
winds
place
of
a human can be is in a liberal's womb.
or lies. Because the hope we have is an
You want me to
anchor
take
that
Vance?
keeps
I'll
us
take Vance.
steady.
Let's take
we
Vance.
have a hope that shows up. A hope that is here today in you,
7.
in us, together.
It's also happening in
braving
states
the
like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General. First of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. And here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline, I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things look
Man, I
bleak,
love this
it was
guy.
Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
A related question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American people's administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. We're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue, that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I am certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, following up
in the green
on
jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues, that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere.
Yeah. We're not clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean when you say investigation? Do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? Of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do.
Has he asked you to do something yet?
Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable. And as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. The purple.
Yes.
Even beyond the war powers resolution.
We'll go purple, and then we'll go pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple.
And then beige.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who are going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The citizens are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week. I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things. And I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you. Happy New Year, guys.
Another way to tone down the temperature is just talk about the facts and talk about the story and the two different narratives that are taking place right now after a protester was killed in Minneapolis by an ICE agent. Let's bring in our Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. She was listening
I want you to notice right there, she came right out of his speech with the bias. Did you notice that? She came right out of his speech with the bias. There is no hope on these channels. These people are leftists. They were leftists. They were made leftists when they went in the broadcasting school or even in high school. And they're leftists now, and they're always going to be leftists, and that's what they do. So there you go. What, Mama Kitty? What, Mama Kitty? Okay, guys, I hate to do this, but I gotta go. I gotta leave, and I could leave this running in static mode for an hour and then shut it down in 1 hour if you guys wanted to. But as far as me being here, I'm out, and I gotta go produce a show. Jason Jones is filling in today on The Drive with Trey Radel. He's our morning host, and so that's going to be cool. I've already shut down most of the stuff here in the studio, and I'm going to be getting things ready to go here. I will see you guys tonight at 8. Yeah, the bias comes the moment the moment it's out. Anyway, I'm out tonight at 7. I get home at 7:15, 7:20. I hope to be on at 8 o'clock. That's my plan. I will see you guys then. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. Thank you for watching our live wall-to-wall coverage that's been going on for 4 hours and 35 minutes now. We'll be back on tonight for 5 or 6 more hours of live coverage starting at about 8 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to be covering that big storm system moving through the country. I got storm chasers will be on the ground this evening, as well as the protests and the civil unrest and whatever else is going on, plus any other breaking news and whatever else is going on out there right here on Starship Adventures. So we'll see you tonight at 8 p.m., a special time, special edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, or 9 Central. No, what would it be? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I don't care. 7 Central. Yeah, this is Mama Bleep. She's my co-host. Isn't that right, Mama? She's a stray, a feral stray that wandered up here with her kittens. And we raised her kittens and helped her with that. And she slowly, just actually pretty quickly became one of my really special cats. But she was completely feral when she came up here. She wouldn't let me anywhere near her. No, the cat's not impressed by the news conference. That's true. All right, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and end broadcast at this point. Yeah. All right, no problem, guys. So stand by for some coverage later on. Let people know we will be on tonight. Let's try to make it a big crowd tonight. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Everything I do on this channel is hosted coverage, okay? So there's no, you won't get a bunch of notifications. If you get a notification, it's because I'm live. And I'm doing hosted coverage of something. All right, so that's it. I'm heading to work. I'll see you guys later. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures live from North Fort Myers, Florida. We'll see you guys tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern for our coverage on both the civil unrest and the large storm system moving through the country. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you later. 7 3s.